silenciar el micro al mig, perquè si no els que presentin serà un problema. Me another ice cream.
Two.
Bon dia a tothom. Welcome everybody. Tubela, Dobry Jutra, Sabah al-Khayr, I think. So we are very pleased that you have the opportunity to organize this seminar in collaboration with Faber Llull Residency, InterPARES Trust Artificial Intelligence, and of course the Society of Catalan Archivists. So for us it's very important to organize this seminar because, as everybody knows, and mainly with the current news about the increase of the artificial intelligence in a very popular context, so probably all of you have in mind some solutions that are very easy to use. So we think that it's an important issue in the context of the archives and records management. So I welcome everybody that is in this room, also with to the people he is online, and I want to thank also all the participants, because to be here sometimes it's not easy, from Canada, from Croatia, from Paris, from Brazil, from Paris, from France, of course, and also from Catalonia. So the first seminar, I have warned people in room that we will have a emergency test in Catalonia at 11, quarter past 11. So probably we will be in the break in the middle of the morning. So the retransmission, the broadcast will be stopped at this moment for our coffee moment. And in principle, this will not affect the seminar. So the first another thing I forget. So there will be some time for questions and answers, I hope. And questions could be here from the room, but also online, using the chat of the YouTube, our YouTube channel, or if you want, also by Twitter, preferably, but in the chat of the YouTube. So, said all of this, I pass to introduce Muhammad Abdul Majid. He's a co-director of the InterPARES Trust Artificial Intelligence project. He's a professor at the Linguistics and School of Information, and from the University of British Columbia. So he works in natural language processing and machine learning, and he will introduce us to the InterPARES Trust Artificial Intelligence. In fact, several of the attendees, the participants in this seminar, are researchers and collaborators in this project. So we will have to thank also the direction of the project that allowed and facilitated in some cases that people visit us here in Girona. I hope also you will have time to visit the city. This is a nice city, so the floor is yours. Please.
That's crucial. Okay, thank you very much, Luis. Good morning, everybody. Hola. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Muhammad Abdul Majid. I'm a Canada Research Chair at the University of British Columbia. I work at the intersection of natural language processing and machine learning. I'm also a visiting associate professor at Mohammed bin Zayed University of AI in Abu Dhabi, UAE. So I am talking to you today on behalf of myself, but also my colleague, Professor Luciana Durante from the iSchool in the University of British Columbia, who is a principal investigator and the co-director of iTrustAI. I have a lot of slides, but I only have 15 minutes. And so what I'm going to try to do today is to walk you through some of the things that we have been thinking about in the context of iTrustAI. But then, you know, offline, I'm happy to talk to people and answer questions and engage and so on. We are very lucky to be here. I would like to thank Luis and my colleague Pilar and all other colleagues who are here, like helping us kind of move from point A to point B, but also see the place and also discuss and engage and discuss, you know, different aspects of our work. I also would like to thank our hosts at Faberlo, who are hosting you know, us in the residency there. It's an amazing place, and I think it's kind of inspiring a lot of thoughtful discussions. Okay, let me tell you about iTrustAI very quickly. This is the fifth phase of InterPARES project. It's co-directed by my colleague Luciana Durante, as I said, and myself. It's funded by one of Canada's funding agencies, one of the major ones, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, dubbed as SHIRC. It's an interesting abbreviation. So this one, this phase focuses on maintaining the trustworthiness of digital records over time. So lots of details that I will not get into. As I said, I have a lot of slides, but this is a high level. We want to know, how do we engage with records and archives with AI? AI being very important, as I hope you would agree, and you know, records management and archives being crucial to the functioning of society, any society, right? And so, you know, what is trustworthiness? We can think about trustworthiness across different angles here. So, you know, reliability, accuracy, and authenticity are, you know, ones that come to mind, and we can, you know, conceptualize about each of them and so on. I will not discuss it further, but trustworthiness is important. That's the point that we would like to make. And how do we actually maintain it, including with working with AI, right? And we want to assess authenticity, and we want to do this including with AI. So the big question that we have, could we use artificial intelligence to ensure and verify the authenticity through time, right? So that is the big question that we ponder upon. And, you know, AI systems are computing systems that use algorithms that can carry out complex tasks, as you know, and so on, right? And they are capable. They process large quantities of information. They calculate and predict. They learn and adapt. They recognize and classify. But then can we use these AI systems for carrying out competently and efficiently all records and archives functions, all the while respecting the nature and ensuring and continuing trustworthiness of the records? That's the principal question that we ask as a starting point in the context of I Trust AI. Okay, so there are some downsides of AI systems. They are oftentimes inconclusive, inscrutable, misguided. They can be unfair, they can be transformative and non-traceable. These are some downsides, and you can think about each of these. And we want to, ensure that we avoid falling prey to some of these downsides. The decisions they made are, can be based on past decisions and so on, and the future is not always similar to the past. So that's kind of like something that we know, right? People have been thinking about what we should keep in mind while working with AI. There are several principles that people have came up with, including these ones that came from Montreal, a group of people who sat together and kind of agreed on respecting well-being, autonomy, privacy, solidarity, democratic participation, equity, diversity and inclusion, caution, responsibility, sustainable development. These are not exhaustive, but they are ones that are important that people have agreed on, okay? And we keep some of these on mind. AI is a big thing. There are lots of things that you can refer to as AI. These are some examples that I will not actually talk about now. Maybe some of them will come later. But AI is a huge field, and it's a field that has been developing over time for a very long time, right? And the archival problem that we are thinking about, we come from this point that says, okay, people have been using off-the-shelf tools, meaning like tools that other people have developed to work with archives. And these off-the-shelf tools were not designed with the archival problem in mind necessarily. So they are not actually best suited to deal with the problem of archives. So in I Trust AI, we said, okay, actually we are going to develop these systems ourselves with a lot of guidance from professionals and experts who know about records and the archives. So in this partnership, we develop the systems because we know the technology, we know the methods, and we also know what we need to do as professionals, in the field of records and archives. And so we're kind of like seeking to shift this relationship between, as an archivist, I just use a tool to do something, and this tool may not have been designed for me. It's just designed for something else. I'm trying to adapt it. Now we're saying, no, okay, if you're an expert in records and archives, tell me what you want, and then I'll think about it, and then we'll sit on a table over coffee, and then we'll discuss, and then I will design a tool that works for you. That's the big thing that that we are guided by. Okay, so trustworthiness is the biggest goal that we have in the context of this project. We have several objectives. We seek to identify specific AI technologies that can address critical records and archives challenges. We determine the benefits and risks of these technologies. We ensure that archival concepts and principles inform the development of responsible, and the responsible is a very important point here, AI. And we validate outcomes. So we work with like experts to say, okay, does this tool actually work? Does it do what you wanted it to do? How do we evaluate it? Is it working for you? And so on. Okay, and we have so many studies. I think we reached like over 50 studies in this partnership right now, and growing by the day. We have a lot of collaborators from so many different countries, and we expect so much out of this project. We already have deliverables that are existing today. So for example, machine translation systems, image recognition and description, OCR systems that kind of take an image and turn it into machine readable text, handwriting recognition, summarization system, text classification systems, style transfer for language civilization, and so on. So these are some of the expected outcomes, but also one very important outcome is training and educational outcomes. We seek to train so many students, so many professionals, and postdocs and so on in the context of this partnership. This is why we have a lot of workshops and give talks such as this one, for example, and so on. So lots of students, lots of professionals are in collaboration with us, and I think we have been doing amazing job. At least you guys have, like the people who collaborate with us. So we co-create knowledge, we design new courses, and kind of sensitize AI developers to the needs of records and archives. We have participants from 30 countries in 5 continents, 83 universities, 22 organizations, 6 regional, state, and national archives, including from here in Spain, more than 110 academics, more than 100 professionals, more than 40 students. So this is a mega project that we're very proud of. Okay, so here's like the slides I have just went through quickly. These are prepared by my colleague Luciana, and I kind of wanted to spend enough time on them, although I know I'm going very fast. But let me show you very quickly some more slides. How many more minutes do I have? 10 minutes? 5 plus 5. Yeah. I promised Luis double ice cream, so he's giving. Yeah, okay, so to summarize, the archival problem that we're thinking about is to develop these AI systems for records and archives competently and efficiently while maintaining the nature and trustworthiness of the records. I already said this, I'm saying it in a different way, okay? But that's the big thing that we're thinking about. And like, when I sat on the table and started discussing this, I kind of like, as a co-director of this project, I kind of sit like with colleagues such as Hervo and Peter and the rest of us, and they say, how do we do this? Well, I kind of like say, okay, so let's break down archival functions into AI tasks, because that's what we have to do. And then good tasks are ones that we can clearly define for the computer, because the computer actually needs to understand these at a very basic level. And then let's proceed from simple to complex. We start like simple things, design a system, and then go to a more complex system. And we are actually going to develop the AI methods. It's not like we're just like, somebody created something, we'll just use it. No, because we also work in the field of AI, and we develop new methods and so on, right? And new methods that are inspired by the task that we are given here. And, we seek to design state-of-the-art, tota, models that are explainable, interpretable, and so on. We are also, using some models that other people have created, if they are good, Then we need a lot of data in order to create these systems. We identify, acquire, and develop these data sets. We have a lot of questions in mind, ethical questions, questions related to privacy, ownership, respect, community norms. If you go to a certain community that have data, let's think about people whose languages are endangered, for example. You have to respect these people while you actually work with them, develop these things for them, and also once we design something, how do we declare success? How do we know that we have done something that's valuable? How do we evaluate, in other words, So that's also another question that we have in mind. As I said, we have a major human resources and dissemination component as part of the project. We create a lot of tools. We share them online, we like for free. We want people to use our tutorials. We put a lot of code online. We have recorded a lot of videos, a lot of Python code, notebooks, and so on. We also kind of like integrate a lot of these in our courses when we teach in universities and so on. So the training component is a huge one. Let me take a step back. What is AI? I think I don't need to define it, but this is that big circle. And within AI, there's machine learning that kind of learns from data. And then within machine learning, there is deep learning, which is artificial neural networks that are everywhere now and that are driving the current revolution that you see is happening around us. I have a lot of low-level explanation of how things work machine learning-wise. I will not go through it, but I can say, okay, I can take this sentence and let's assume that I want to know if this sentence is positive or negative. For example, if this is a movie review or a review of a restaurant, right? And you want to know if this restaurant is good or bad, so you do something called sentiment analysis. And how do you do sentiment analysis? You can go to the different steps that we go through in order to do this. I'm not going to go over these slides, but it's the point here is that it's very simple, but it's also tricky because language is very ambiguous. Once I say the movie is not exciting, then I shifted from saying the movie is very exciting, which was positive. If I do negation, then now it's not positive anymore. So it's actually complex. We cannot just design some rule-based system to do it. We have to design machine learning systems. We take the data, we put it into multidimensional space, we call it vectors and so on, and then we work with it. And we pass it to a neural network, and we kind of try to do things. I will abstract over these, but there are artificial neural networks in that context, and we can actually do this inspired by what happens in the human brain. What you see on the top left-hand side is the human cortex. When we see something, it passes through different regions in the brain, and we get to recognize that this is actually a human face. And it goes through stages, so we can actually design the neural networks as layers, and there can be so many very layers, and this is why we say it's deep. This is why we say it's a deep neural network, right? And there can be different types of these deep neural networks. What you see on the top right-hand side is what is known as a bidirectional recurrent neural network. You don't need to worry about what that is, but we can kind of put them together as Legos, and we work with them. So that's what you see on the bottom, or on the bottom left, which is another type of neural network. That's a convolutional neural network. And there are more recent ones. So, for example, the transformer, a giant model that is actually empowering everything that you see. If you have used your email today, there is a transformer in the background keeping spam away and so on. If you've used a machine translation system on Google or whatever, that's what is used in production. That is also what is behind self-driving cars and everything else. Okay, that transformer model came from Google 2016, 2017. And then I have some slides about how do we do machine learning, blah, blah, blah. I won't go over them, but the idea is that if you have some humans who look at some data, give you some labels, you can use these labels to design these systems, and they will be called supervised systems. But if you don't have labels, then you have to do unsupervised, which is just basically clustering the data a little bit. Or you can do something in between, which is called semi-supervised learning. You want to know if this book was written by Shakespeare or Dante, then you give some data to humans, and then you take the labels from the humans and train a system and get to your business. This is not the only thing you can do. There's also what is known as self-supervised learning. You can take some data and work with it in very intelligent ways to get to do things. I won't go through it, but it just cuts across text, image, and speech. Same self-supervised learning methods apply everywhere, and this is why we have all these multimodal systems that are very, very successful. I mean, if you use your phone, if you used Siri or whatever other virtual assistant today, I mean, these methods are in the background. Couple more minutes very quickly, if Luis is okay. So just want to say something about 3 more minutes. Yes, I'm good. I'm on time. So there are these diffusion models which are very, very interesting. You take an image and then you kind of like noise this image. You remove some pixels and so on. So you go from right to left, and then until you reach on the very far left here a totally noised image. We don't see a human face anymore. But then you can go back and try to reconstruct the image to get to the human face again. And this is called a diffusion model. And that's a wonderful model because it is a model that's actually empowering a lot of image generation that you actually see. I'll show you a slide. In 2 slides, there will be something fancy. And if you're thinking about ChatGPT and so on, it's a very simple system that tries to predict 1 token at a time. So if I give it a word like it, then it will predict what next word comes. So is, and is sunny, and sunny in Abu Dhabi or Cairo or like whatever place. I think Girona would be a good example. And these systems are called autoregressive models. There are a lot of math and like whatever behind them. But then you can take them and you can put on top of them what is called as reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is just another learning paradigm where you put an agent in real world and then you ask this agent to do things and maybe pour some water. And if it does a mistake, then you tell it like that's bad. Don't do this again. And if it does it well, you give it some reward. Okay? And this is called reinforcement learning. And you can put this on top of this autoregressive model that predicts 1 token at a time, and it actually gets it to act to follow human instruction. That's what ChatGPT does, right? So write an email to my supervisor saying that I will be off today, So it would write an email, or write an email to Luis saying, give me 1 more minute. Then it will do that. It will follow instructions, right? So that is actually the type of machine learning that is used there, and that is what is empowering ChatGPT, the fancy thing that we see. And then there's natural language processing as a field where a lot of things happen. So it can be understanding, such as tell me if this is positive or negative, or it can be like generation, translate this sentence into something else. And we can do a lot of things with it. This is something that maybe you will find relevant, thank you, such as, give it some document and extract the names of people, places, organizations from it. And that, I think, is very relevant to the field of archives, for example. And, we create a lot of tutorials online, so I'm happy to pass the link to all of these tutorials, a lot of code, a lot of videos, and so on that, can be used for developing these things. We can extract topics from lots of documents. We can classify texts or actually even declassify them, remove certain sensitive information. And we have created tutorials about these. Machine translation is another thing. Multilinguality, working with too many languages. Optical character recognition and handwriting recognition is another important problem. And we also have created tutorials for these. Speech technologies, and Peter is here. He's working on speech. There's this tool called Whisper that came very recently from OpenAI. But then there are also lots of vision technologies. Take an image, tell me what's in this image, or write a caption for this image, and so on. There are lots of models that are being created by the day. You can use it for museums. And there is also generative AI that's empowered by diffusion models that I talked about, right? So you can tell the model, I want to generate an image of a bunch of people sitting in an interesting place listening to a talk, and then it will create this image like that, what I'm seeing right now. Or, it can generate art and so on, as you can see. This is all AI generated. It's beautiful. It's amazing that we can generate these with machines. And I think I will just stop here. The thing that I want to actually finish with is that there is a lot that is going on, and it can be really, really, really overwhelming. But, as humans who care, I think we need to slow down and think about the technology carefully, how we actually use it, how we not use it, because sometimes we should not use it. And I believe that my message to you today and people online is that you will need to do a lot of training in order to understand the technology and how to engage with the technology. And training can be like attending talks like this one. For example, in I Trust AI, we take it as our responsibility to offer a lot of this training, and we welcome collaborations from all around the world. And I really wanted to commend all the colleagues who are here, who are partners with I Trust AI, who contribute to the success of it. And thank you very much again for hosting us. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you, Luis, very much for being patient with me. Typically so. So maybe I should move.
You can I want to thank Muhammad, because it's not easy to do so fast a sprint to explaining so many things. So the next speaker is Peter Sullivan. Welcome to Girona.
My water. And then fastest presentation I've ever given.
Peter Sullivan is a graduate academic assistant at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, and it has been also a teaching assistant in the same university. So he is also a relevant participant in the InterPARES Trust AI project, because he helped all the collaborators and solving some doubts, problems, and giving support in every task that we try to do or not. So, and well, welcome and go ahead.
Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you, Mohammed. So Mohammed has sort of laid the ground of AI is this broad field with so much going on right now. And one role that I have in this short talk is to prime your brains to think about how we can merge sort of theoretical archival science with this broad field of AI right now. So going back to our objectives for the InterPARES project, I want to highlight that one of them is integrating the archival concepts and principles into AI. And what I'm going to do in this talk is introduce how we can use diplomatic analysis as a lens to evaluate AI solutions in different contexts, and how this might be a starting point for thinking about the other studies that are going to be introduced in this symposium, and perhaps in the future, how you think about AI tools that are being deployed at your archive or being proposed to be deployed by vendors to your archive. So as a quick review, I am not Luciano Duranti. I could never do justice to explaining diplomatics, but I will simply say that records can be broken into different components. And in this talk, I'm going to use those components as a lens to consider how AI agents might interact with different components of the record. So I won't explain all of these components, but context, for instance, is the juridical context that leads to the creation of a record. So like the organizational structure of the organization. Acts are sort of the actions involved in that record. Persons can be the entities, so they could be a juridical entity as well as a living person. The procedure is maybe less relevant in evaluating AI, but could provide context as to how records are come about and are employed. And form I want to touch base on in that it involves the many different components of a record and how it's written, both intrinsic elements such as like the text of the document, and extrinsic elements like the medium that it's been written on, whether that's a digital file or parchment. And then finally, the most important thing is this concept of archival bond, which tells us how different records are related both to each other, to other records in a series, and to other records in the phone. And so using these, I'm going to go through a couple different examples of AI tools being deployed to solve particular problems or contexts in an archive, and use these different components to discuss that particular tool. So for instance, in the creation of a record, there might be a large collection of emails that's being ingested into an archive. And you may have to assign class codes for the indexing of these emails. So in doing this, there may be some things that are variable based on, say, the context. So for instance, what organization is creating these records may actually impact the classification, but in some cases, it may be different. In email classification, the things we care most about are like the act, the persons and procedures in order to decide what classification code to assign. But a thing that might be missed in like an AI approach is it may not consider elements of form in doing this classification. So a records manager, an archivist could look very quickly at the layout of a email to sort of get a sense of what type of email it is. But for AI, oftentimes there may be some sort of tokenization, or it may operate on a different level from how the archivist acts on it. And so we can identify that if our AI solution isn't taking into account the form, we may need to consider why or why not. Is the solution still reliable if we don't take into account these approaches that an archivist would use? Another example of this approach would be looking at sensitivity review. So personally identifiable information may be very simple. It could be someone's social security number, birth date on a paper, but it may also be connected to other records. So a single record may not have necessarily sensitive information, but in aggregate, it may expose that sensitive information. So in a review for PII, again, we'll have to consider the context of the organization that's generating these records. We want to, again, consider the action involved in the record, the personalities, and the procedure for generating records in a series. But one thing AI solutions may be poor at dealing with is thinking about records in context of other records. So it may not be able to respect the archival bond when performing an analysis for PII. And there may be particular solutions that are better for this. So in standard approaches, you might use something like named entity recognition. But in order to respect the archival bond, you might want to pair that with a different model that's able to pool at different levels from different documents. And one such model to do that would be something called a graph convolutional network. And in thinking about how a model might pool from different levels or different hierarchies, you might be able to better respect the archival bond in your AI solution. One aspect of records quite relevant in a Canadian context is that oftentimes there are records in state archives that are representative of minority groups that have potentially been disempowered in the past. And the appraisal value of those records may actually be quite different from other groups who may have similar types of records. So a AI tool might aim to help identify records that belong to particular groups as a way to enhance their appraisal and to better bring these pieces of history to modern life. And so when we think about AI solutions, oftentimes they don't think about the context that leads to the development of the records. So, and this is maybe a very hard tool. How do you incorporate like the Canadian record-keeping apparatus into your archival solution? How do you quantify the circumstances that led to certain records being generated, or not generated for certain groups. But other tools to solve this might act, again, on the action and persons involved in the record. And things like AI clustering might be good at actually relating records to one another in this context. But again, form may be not respected in terms of quickly identifying what particular type of record and whether or not it may have certain appraisal value. So another thing might be linking records together. So one common thing is that people might have very different spellings of their name, and there might be assumptions that AI tools might make that a name is a name. And instead, you might want to approach the problem looking a little bit broader. So thinking about tools that do sort of fuzzy matching and stuff like that, and ensuring that you're able to match all of the potential people who might be connected with records. My current project I'm working on in the iTrustAI project is working to enrich metadata for radio archives, and I'll be talking about this more later. But one thing that we need to think about is all of these sorts of circumstances. What type of radio recording is it? Who is involved? What sort of procedures are a part of the record? And things like form in an audio recording might be quite different from a textual document. So how do we model these things explicitly? And then how do we relate to other recordings in the same program, for instance? So one thing we realize is in order to tackle this problem, we really have to use a broad sense of different diplomatic aspects to do that. Couple more. Yeah. So for receiving like a disk image of lots of different files, it's maybe perhaps a nightmare for some archivists, just receiving boxes of stuff that they don't know what's on these digital drives or CDs or what have you. But there may be ways that you can cluster, identify the topics for particular documents on these hard drives, and there might be a way to visualize what is there, but there might not be the same way to identify like the relationship between those documents necessarily if you've just been given a hard drive out of the blue and you don't know what the why stuff's on it, or what led to it being stored in a particular file structure. So there may be things that AI can do well, but it may be hard actually to restore that relationship in other cases. And my final example is thinking about how we might think of AI, specifically like an AI experiment, and how we might preserve that in the future. So do we need to know the organizational context of the company training these models? What was the action of a particular training? Who did the training? what are the different sorts of generated files that were created through that process? What does form look like for an AI training? Are these log files? Are they the sorts of code that gets split out during the process? And then how do these different generated files that are sort of byproducts of the training thing relate to each other? So these are ways we can think about approaching that problem of thinking about preserving AI experiments themselves. So my takeaways to you would be to think about what is and isn't relevant to a particular task, and think about what gaps might exist in approaching these archival tasks using AI. And thank you very much.
Many thanks, Peter. I think it has been very clear how useful, how helpful is Peter for to solve small problems for all the researchers in the group. So,
okay. Big impact, yes.
Okay, so for me it's a pleasure to introduce again Herboy Stanchik, that has been here in Reus in Catalonia several years ago. He's well, a good colleague for the last 10 years. So, yeah, that you looks younger than me. So, fortunately for you. So, Herboy is a full professor and chair of archival and documentation science, and vice dean of for organization and development at the University of Zagreb. So I think I will not spend more time in to introduce you, and also for Mohammed and Peter, because all the speakers today have a long curricula, and so it's a little difficult to explain. It's easy to find them online and to check all the information about their lives. So please, go ahead.
Thank you, Luis, for nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. It is really my honor to be here. This is my third visit to Girona, and I'm looking forward to come again, I would say, because I like the town and the company as well, of course. So my topic of today is archival challenges and artificial intelligence. This is the brief outline of the contents that I'm planning to go through. So for the introduction, that has already been said, we all know that archival institutions are constantly in a form of change, that the information technology influences very much our institutions. And there are always some new and emerging technologies. Some of them call them disruptive technologies. They are being called disruptive because they tend to disrupt the way we are doing our business, our daily operations. But I would like to view upon those technologies in a positive way, so that they do a positive disruptions. They actually help us perform better or help us do things in a more meaningful way without doing some boring stuff or repetitions or things like that. My speech today will be focused more on the long-term preservation function, and we all know that during the long-term preservation we will definitely need to do some transformations of the materials that we store and keep and preserve. So we will be engaged in conversions, migrations, emulations, virtualizations of old systems, and so on. And of course, during all those operations and over the long period of preservation of digital materials, we always have to keep in mind how to preserve authenticity, integrity, reliability, and usability of our records. And also sometimes there are aspects like non-repudiation, security, confidentiality, but sometimes also proof of ownership, which, for example, might be a challenge if you have digitally signed records, which digital signatures use signing certificates, which expire in 2 to 5 years. So what do you do with them in a course of long-term preservation if you want to keep your records trustworthy, right? So we all think that artificial intelligence could help us in that area, and this is why, in the end, we are all here today. But I think that we should consider what an automation is, as opposed to artificial intelligence. Because sometimes we tend to think that something is artificial intelligence, and yet it is automation. And maybe from the historical point of view, what we think that it is automation today, from 15 years ago, would be artificial intelligence. So we need to somehow differentiate between the two and think what could be called intelligent automation. So in this area, as a contrast to artificial intelligence, we have robotic process automation. We have software robots to help us do some processes which have many different steps. Maybe different steps are done in different applications. So you have to enter one application, do something there, take some files out, push them to some other application to do something, and then accomplish what you wanted to accomplish in the end, right? And these robotic process automation processes could be then combined with other disruptive technologies, blockchain being one of them. So to bring this a little bit closer to you, I'll show you the example of what we have developed at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences in Zagreb, inspired by what we have done through the previous InterPARES Trust project on blockchain. So we are issuing a lot of diplomas every year, so around 1,300 diplomas. And we got a lot of inquiries whether they are issued by us or possibly they are forged. So we calculated that if we are going to respond to all those inquiries, we would need to have one employee for half a year doing only that, which is a boring and repetitive task. So we wanted to see whether we could somehow automate this. And this is what we came up with. We have a diploma on the front side, and we also have added back side of the diploma. This is a slide showing what we have added to the back. There is a QR code that an employer could scan and verify if the diploma he or she is holding in his or her hand is really authentic and issued by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. And we are doing this by the help of blockchain, because you get the proof from the blockchain, and you could go by yourself to a public blockchain. You do not rely only on our system. So it's independent as well. However, coming back to the artificial intelligence, as opposed to robotic process automation or automation in itself, I'm involved, and my team is involved in the study called Identification of Critical Archival Challenges, which are the best candidates for improvement by AI technology in the context of retention and preservation of digital records. This is the team. As you can see, it is a diverse team from several continents, from Croatia, Italy, Turkey, Mexico, Brazil, South Africa, USA, and so on. So the aim and methodology of our research is to not only identify those critical archival challenges, but also to specify factors within challenges and to map them according to different aspects that we find out. And then we will propose which AI technology or methodology would be the best to solve those challenges. And of course, we needed to find out what the practitioners think. So we did the online survey. It was done in three languages and opened up for 5 weeks. And we got 106 responses from 27 different countries. After that, we invited some of the respondents who were kind enough to provide their contacts to follow up in-person interviews, and we have done 14 of them, again in different languages. So I'll try to present you what we have found out so far. So just to lay the ground or set the stage, I'll just say that according to the type of the institutions or organizations where they work, 50% of the respondents are working in a government archives. When we ask them, do you perform digital preservation tasks in your institution or organization, 70% of the responses were positive. So we presume they do have some challenges with them as well. And then we asked them, do any of the digital preservation processes involve large quantities of digital records? 59% of them said yes. However, this might be a trick question, because what does it mean, a large quantity? And then we asked them, and we really got some interesting results, from numerous files as a response to 9 petabytes. So you can see the range between what people consider a large quantity of archival materials in the digital form. We knew this might be the case, so that's why we asked, okay, so could you please specify? And you can see many different, a selection of different answers that we got. So this is also important to understand. And then the next question asked if any of the digital preservation processes involve repetitive or time-consuming tasks similar to those that I have presented in relation with the diplomas. And cumulatively, if we add yes time-consuming and yes repetitive and yes both, we end up with 61% of all of those together. So this is a significant number. So this shows us that there is a space for artificial intelligence to help the practitioners. And this is the tasks which were identified as repetitive or time-consuming, with 3 or more identifications of different tasks. So adding, gathering, and extracting metadata was high, ranked high. Then the digitization, capture or ingest, file integrity check, indexing, records management, appraisal, even backup, and then renaming files based on their content. So this is how the field is outlined, so to say. And if we and when we ask them to which group of activities the identified processes which can be additionally improved or just improved by AI-related technology best relate to, you can see the outline here according to the archival functions. So we received, this could be responded by choosing more than one option. So we received 150 responses, and you can see that really we could, I would say, can implement artificial intelligence throughout all the functions of the, all archival functions. And then a few responses from the in-person interviews. So we asked them, if you employ AI components within your systems, and some of them did, or products, to create or process information, do you document and preserve the information about the procedures and tools used, along with information about the persons carrying out these processes, procedures, because we thought this would be important. Some of them said yes, some of them said no, but some of them said No, but interesting. Could be done. So this is also the information that by responding to a survey, sometimes you could get some fresh ideas, right? To the question, do you think archivists or records managers need AI training? I think you could suspect what was the answer, right? You all here just because of that. So the responses, were, I think archivists need AI training, but before they need training on IT. Oops. The basic understanding of the framework of how some of these things work, vocabulary and terminology. This is a fair statement and extremely necessary. Not to develop an AI solution, but to know what can be done. And this is one of the things, one of the reasons that all of us are here today as well. And then, you know, sort of a provocative question we also asked. Are you afraid of losing your job because of AI? The responses were unilateral. It was no, 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 and hell no. And then we of course asked why. Because AI needs human supervision, correct? Because my position will grow and advance along with the technology, true. Because we are the ones who train the machine, but also people who work description and transcription may be endangered. And to conclude, so in our research, we try to identify critical archival challenges to be improved by artificial intelligence, and we do have some ideas where it could best be used. So in digitization supported by AI, and we will be speaking about that immediately after the break. Then the quality control, indexing, classification, and metadata extraction. Then also in digital preservation supported by AI. And this could be, for example, the artificial intelligence could be, for example, used in experience and be using experience gained from past situations with similar file formats and flagging potential problems for currently kept file formats. And also reference and access supported by AI, by identification of personal identifying information or PII, and context-based reduction of materials. So we'll have some next steps, and in future we will identify possible AI solutions for the identified critical archival challenges. And with that, I would like to thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Roya. As always, very good presentation. So we have some questions from the chat of the YouTube, but I think to recover a little of time, we will do the break now for the coffee, and we will have a long time at the end of the morning to debate and to recover all the questions. I guess that some questions that we have received could be answered because of all the presentations. So for the people online and also for people here, mainly for the people here, we have a coffee. So we will meet again at 11:30. So thank you very much, and see you in the few minutes.
Had something up or a web page or something like that with this event. Yeah, that one.
Good job.
Good job as well.
La Pilar és bàsicament jo que volia dir. No, no, jo ho he enganxat perquè s'ho he enganxat directament. Ella treballa aquí i havia abans treballat a la Universitat de Barcelona, havia treballat pel seu compte i és... No, de cap, I si has d'estar més tranquil, jo ho faig. No. Jo crec que sí.
No, cap problema. Sí. Hem d'anar davant a esmorzar. Lluís Esteve, és aquí davant a esmorzar. Aquí, val. Què tal? Tot bé, aquests dies?
Sí, aquí tot tranquil. Aquí tot tranquil. Tot interessant? Bé, és que és tot un món,
Sí, l'alfabet és una mica eteri, perquè clar, ningú mana i no saps ben bé quan tens sessió de treball, quan hi ha presentacions...
Que heu estat els 3 dies allà in situ?
Sí. Un dia vam anar a l'Ossa Comarcal de la Garrotxa i, parlant de cares hospitalaris, tampoc estic en aquest projecte, però amb els grups de treball així, sobretot apuntar projectes nous, que és el que he buscat allà, saps?
És tot un món,
Incloure aquests de la intel·ligència artificial en un projecte europeu, que era el meu objectiu, per aquests dies allà. Però bé.
Però res, anem a esmorzar...
On és l'esmorzar, aquí?
Al claustre.
Al claustre, val.
Sí.
Val.
Diu claustre. Necessiteu res?
Ara, sí, no, és per saber la gent que he de presentar qui són. You need it. Oh, we are prepared. When you are prepared, you don't need luck. Hello, good morning again. We continue with presentations, and after breakfast with still more energy. And we continue with InterPARES project, in this case with a specific project that is about digitization and the possibilities for with AI for digitization. So we'll proceed in the same way with short introductions, and then you have an hour in this case because you are three, okay? So here in the middle, Eng Sengzabang, who is an archivist at UNESCO. Peter Sullivan, already introduced, you know him from the University of British Columbia. And Zeljko Buzic, who is a professor, a teaching assistant at the Department of Information and Communication Sciences at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, David, and hello, everyone. Is this working? Or, yeah, okay. So our presentation today is about AI-assisted digitization of documentary heritage materials, and we'll be talking about two studies under InterPARES Trust. And so the first study that we're talking about is called Model for AI-Assisted Digitization. And these are the participating researchers. We have a few members of our team here today with us, Zeljko and Hrvoje, and also Marta, she's somewhere in the back. And then Peter, who's doing a related study as well. And then we have researchers from around the world. So the State Archivist of Hawaii, and then also a colleague from the University of South Africa, and then we have some students who are becoming archivists from the University of British Columbia. So this is just a short introduction to the presentation. First, I'll talk a bit about the study overview, and then Zeljko will talk about the digitization model that we're developing and a survey on digitization and AI. And then Peter will talk about the project on UNESCO audio recordings and AI that he mentioned earlier. So study overview of the study Model for AI-Assisted Digitization. So our interest is in the process of digitization. I think that everyone in this room knows what digitization is, and a lot of organizations are digitizing their materials, their physical materials in all formats, paper, audio recordings, 16mm films, photographs, and they're converting them to digital form. And this is a very, technical and time-consuming process, but also very important. And so, and many of us in the study team have also been involved ourselves in digitization. So for us, this is also a very practical problem in terms of archives and the digital world that we live in. And also when you add AI into the mix, that brings up also many opportunities, but also many potential challenges. So this is an area that we really believe is very important to study as part of InterPARES. And so the study goals are first to explore how can organizations use AI methods and tools during their digitization projects and processes. And we also want to analyze the potential opportunities and challenges of using AI for digitization, including the potential, well, there's benefits probably, but also what are the biases and shortcomings that we might come across using some models that are either available, as off-the-shelf tools or that are developed by organizations in-house. And then we also want to encourage digitization of our archives and documentary heritage materials for long-term preservation, which I'll talk about very briefly next. But to encourage the production of high-quality and diverse data sets that could also be used to train machine learning. So some of the study outcomes that we're working on are a literature review, of course, and then a model of the phases and activities in a digitization project or program. And we would cross-reference this with existing standards and best practices for digitization and also potential AI interventions. And Željko will be talking about that right after me. And then a survey on digitization and AI, which is currently open. And we're receiving responses right now, and they're actually very interesting already. So we're very excited to read the results and to share the results once we analyze them. But mostly, yeah, just it's kind of like a conversation. You know, it's an opportunity to have some feedback from the archival and library and documentary heritage community, and to learn from the experiences and the ideas of everyone. And then we also put that an outcome is sort of, we're co-opting the project with Peter, the audio recordings metadata project. So, and so just to have a baseline understanding for our own study, we came up with this definition of digitization, which is just a compilation of other people's definitions, and we've just kind of shortened it. So the process of creating a digital image of a physical artifact by scanning or photographing. And in English, we also call it imaging, conversion, or capture. But of course, it's not just that. It's a very complete process with many other layers to it that are more than just technical. And then just very briefly before I hand it over to Željko, just this idea again of digitization for long-term preservation. So, there's digitization for everyday use. Like, if you're at your desk or in your office one day at work and you need to scan a document to be able to send it to a colleague or to, for whatever reason, you're doing a project and you want it scanned. But you're not doing it as thinking about the long-term, keeping it as a long-term record. So we're not interested in that. That could also be interesting, but that's not the purpose of our project. Our project is really to look at when organizations digitize, specifically in order to create a copy, like a viable and authentic copy of a physical record. And so this idea of long-term preservation is really at the base of our study. And so we've taken some definitions from digitization standards, because this is also something that a lot of digitization standards talk about, is that the goal of a certain type of digitization is long-term preservation. And that is because there's this idea, I don't know if you've heard of it, but in English it's called digital surrogate. So basically you're creating a digital copy of something that exists in real life that should be able to stand in for the original. In the case that the original, say, gets lost in a fire, we don't want to think about this, but it's possible, or gets wrecked in a flood, or gets damaged somehow. And so the whole purpose is actually to be able to create a faithful source, let me just read this. Reproduce the non-digital source record as faithfully as possible so that the digital image can act in place of the non-digital source record, where it is required to act as evidence of business activities. So this brings it into a kind of legal and juridical idea as well. The idea that a digital copy should be able to act as evidence of what it's referring to. And this is from the ISO standard. And then there's several other standards that talk about the same idea, but another one is FADGI, which is an American digitization guideline for the US government employees. And so it's sort of the same idea, faithful reproduction of a historical record held in the public trust. So this is what is very interesting for us, and also we believe very important for society as a whole. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Željko. Yes.
Okay, thank you, David, for the introduction. Thank you, Eng, for the introduction to the study. So today I'm going to be speaking on behalf of us on two things. First is our digitization model, and the second one is kind of brief overview of our survey and what we have done so far. So first to start with is the digitization model. So first of all, what's the concept of our model? Like every other model or kind of guideline document, we need to identify main stages and activities in digitization project and represent it in a kind of visual model so everybody could use it easy and so it could be perceived correctly. So, of course, as Mohammed said in the introductory to the InterPARES project, we are trying to devise our own solutions. Of course, there are existing digitization models and procedures that we could use, but we try to devise our own model so we can think about AI while we are doing and building the model, so we can identify as we go potential use cases of AI in digitization. So the model is not prescriptive. Of course, there is no one-size-fits-all approach for every digitization project, but they all share common activities and stages what we have tried to identify. Like Eng said, we are trying to cross-reference everything with various standards and best practices, so with FEDGI and the standards from Library and Archives Canada, Library of Congress, etc. And our main goal is to identify AI fields in the digitization model and maybe create some other tools to help future digitization projects, such as some checklists or decision trees, so that people could use this model easily. So I'm going to show a few pictures we have so far. Of course, this is work in progress, so not everything is finished. We still have, I think, 2 years to go in this project, or something like that. So we are 3 years, yeah. So we're kind of in the middle of things, and we worked on these activities while we are here in Olot. So the first thing is we are trying to do a kind of spreadsheet of all the activities and try to cross-reference them with different digitization stages. So we have identified digitization stages as like a project management stage, which is an overlap of the whole digitization project, and of course pre-digitization, the digitization itself, and post-digitization processing. So all of our activities, which are divided into sub-activities, we're actually trying to check mark them in which stage do they belong. And as you can see, some of them can belong in multiple stages. And of course, we have our AI column, which is currently unoccupied because it was just added as an idea, of course, in this in this stage of our project. And of course, we try to back everything up with literature. So where was the specific activity cited? And so we have a whole model which is based on literature and of course our discussions. So this is kind of visual representation of the model. As you can see, there are many spaces which are still unoccupied, but we are trying to, get this into the most easy way for everybody to understand, but not to, of course, miss anything. And we devised it like this, so because many things are overlapping and some things are specific to various digitization stages, so this is kind of very useful for us to have a visual representation like this. And the third visual representation is just a collection of a list of activities that belong to various stages. So we have project planning, and we have we have made some stages we have that we connected to the project planning, like documentation, like selection, like digitization policy, budget management, timeline and decisions, which are on a larger scale of digitization project. We also have pre-digitization, which is of course the physical preparation of materials, collection of metadata, which is existing, devising workflows, etc. Then we have the digitization or conversion into digital form itself. Here we have technical specification of various equipment that is used, the file versions, the file formats that are using, the naming of files, which will happen after the digitized files are produced. There's of course quality control and testing of the digitization itself, and post-digitization, which requires a lot of work. So there's a possibility to add more metadata than the metadata identified in pre-digitization. Of course, we need to think about backups, delivery of files to our customers, the access to digital files in our system. So there's many activities overall we need to think about. I hope we have covered everything or most of things, but this model will probably be not perfect, but perfect enough to identify, to incorporate AI into our world. Okay, so I'm going to briefly speak on survey also. So Eng said about a few things about our survey on digitization. So what we want to do with our survey, we want to understand the current state of digitization within organizations, because that's important. And of course, understand if they are using AI in some way during their digitization projects. We need to understand what are the barriers and drivers in both digitization and AI. So what are the challenges? What do you have problems with? And what do you want to do with digitization and AI so you can make your procedures faster and you can deliver materials and preserve them in a better way. And so far we have over 100 responses. Hopefully we'll get this at least to 200, I hope. So the deadline is, we still have some time. So of course I invite you all to fill out the survey. I hope you have received it through some channel or some listserv. So this is really important to us to collect the data from the professionals in the field. So I'll just go quickly on the sections of our survey. So first of all, of course, we have background information of the respondents, from which country you are, what type of organization you work in, what sector, what's your role, how many years you have worked, and what's the size. Then we have section 2, which is our questions about digitization activities. So in which formats you digitize, what's your criteria for selection, for example, what quantity of digitized materials you have, and things like this. So digitization questions. Section 3 is the context. So the organizational digitization policy, some legal or regulatory requirements in your country, what's your funding, what's your motivation for digitization, what are some barriers and risks and challenges? Do you have some IT staff involved in-house or external vendors? And what are your successes so far and what you have learned? That's all important to us. Of course, section 4 deals with AI. So we pose questions, for example, have you used AI during digitization? What methods or tools regarding AI have you used? Have you used some off-the-shelf tools, for example, something from Microsoft or Google or ChatGPT? what are the motivators and barriers for you using AI, and where do you see the potential benefits in the digitization activities. Before I pass on to Peter, I would just like to say a couple words on the results of the survey we have so far.
Okay, so just 1 minute on what we, some of the interesting responses that we've received so far from a very unscientific pattern recognition exercise. It seems like about, so far, maybe 10% of organizations that have responded have said yes, that they have used AI in their digitization projects. And it seems like, and this is already quite interesting, but the ones that said yes, a lot of them seem to use off-the-shelf AI tools, which makes sense because, you know, they're just readily available, and it's that much more difficult to develop your own in-house AI model. For example, somebody said that they used Transcribus, and then they talked a bit about some of the challenges. They said that there were some inaccuracies in the transcription, but that overall it facilitated searching for like research. And then in terms of challenges, people mentioned, a lot of people mentioned funding, which is not surprising. Somebody mentioned lack of support from higher management. And then there's some more technical challenges like management of complex digitization workflows and multiple vendors, and multiple vendors for different formats. And also ongoing storage costs after the digital files have been produced. Because, you know, once they're produced, you have to find storage for them. You have to keep paying for systems to manage the digital files, and some digital preservation infrastructure challenges. So these are sort of what we have experienced ourselves as well. So, but it's interesting to hear that, you know, this seems to be kind of a general pattern across organizations so far. And then for greatest successes, people said the fact that we managed to digitize it's in itself and like finish a project is in itself a success. And then a lot of people talk about being proud that it increases access and, you know, access to the public, and also transparency and accountability for government, and also that it helps to preserve archives. So yeah, there you go. And now I turn it over to Peter.
Thanks, Ing. Thanks, David, and thanks, Jelko. Let's see. So where the REO3 digitization project is really trying to set a broad landscape for what digitization looks like and what it could look like with AI solutions, the UNESCO Radio Archives project is a sort of deep cut at a post-digitization case study. So this is work being done by myself and Ing. And so what drives this project is this idea that archives often place great emphasis on the preservation of material, but sometimes there is lack of support in the access to the materials, which may undermine their value to us as a society. So if you're digitizing tons of materials and then just leaving them on a server somewhere, those may be useful far in the future, but they could also be really beneficial now if we have ways to improve access to them. In the UNESCO archive, there is a current process that's being done to enrich the metadata to the audio files. And this involves an intern listening to the radio recordings and looking for certain particular aspects of it. So for instance, identifying the personalities involved, what topic is the recording about, what language is it in, and it's problematic because it's very time consuming, and there may be actually major barriers that the intern may not be able to overcome. So if they don't speak the language or even recognize what language a recording is in, they have no way to describe that recording. So our driving question behind this study is thinking about how AI can enable better description of archival audio. And with that in mind, I'd like to talk about the complexities of the UNESCO Radio Archive and what makes it such a challenge for a post-digitization metadata enrichment project. So starting off, we have about 6,000 recordings that have been digitized and placed on a platform that anyone can go listen to, and the interns are currently using to listen and describe the recordings. The recordings themselves may lack a substantial amount of information due to many complexities, but of the recordings that are there, only about 800 have been human described at this point. So it would take a tremendous amount of time to expand that to the full amount that have been digitized so far. So about 40 years if you have one intern doing about 800 every 2 years. It's a very heterogeneous archive. So there are the 5 current main UNESCO areas of focus, as well as UNESCO history. And each of these types of recordings may be very different from other recordings on the in the archive. So the style and genre of the recordings really vary, and so thinking about how a model might be able to work well, an AI model might be able to work well on certain types of recordings. For instance, a educational program, and where there's a clear structure to who's talking when, and then compare that to a meeting where there may be cross chatter, lots of people talking, heated debate. These are 2 very different types of recordings that present very different challenges to AI models. Crosstalk, for instance, is not a solved problem for automatic speech recognition. No matter how good Siri or Alexa are at hearing your voice commands, if there's a bunch of people talking at once and you want all of that information to be captured, it's an unsolved problem as of yet. There are many, many languages represented in this archive, so about 70 total languages, most of them French, quite a few English, but then also quite a few that have been listed as multilingual, which means there'll be different languages on a single recording without actually necessarily the information of what those languages are. And from a perspective of applying models, you need to have a particular language model to work on a given recording. So if you don't know what language it is, it's very challenging to actually figure out what model to even work with. The archives cover a long period of time, basically the lifespan of the UNESCO radio unit, which may lead to interesting changes in language over that period. Describing that, I want to emphasize our goal is really to, on the archival side, understand the relationship between the digital surrogate and the original record, and to also think about how diplomatic analysis might be applied to audio recordings as opposed to simply textual documents. So can we use diplomatics as a way to pull out useful information to help this metadata enrichment process? And then we have similar AI goals to the broader digitization process in terms of evaluating the benefits and risk of these AI tools. There's 4 different models we're looking at. Spoken language identification, aiding the ability of archivists to know even what language is on the recording in cases where the metadata doesn't say. Transcription, which we anticipate may save time in the description effort. If you're able to produce a full transcript with time steps, the intern can quickly look through and describe what the recording is about. Translation as a way to gain access to recordings that are not in either English or French, the 2 languages that are most commonly spoken by the interns working on the project. And then summarization as a way to take the audio document and put it into 1 or 2 sentences that can be used to tell users what the recording is about. And that is basically our overview of the UNESCO project. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Peter, Zelko, and Henk. Please stay. Okay. And for the presentation of this digitization model, I don't know if you are aware that there is a big expectation because we are digitizing the whole country since many years. There is a lot to do, and having this clear idea of the activities involved and how AI can contribute on this will be really good for us. A couple of questions. You just said that the debate will be at the end of the session, but we have 2 questions. One is, will the digitization model apply to any kind of organization despite mandate or size?
So, if I understood the question, can this model be applied to any organization? Yeah, so our focus is on long-term preservation. So if the organization is preserving this digital data for a long term, that's the only thing that's of interest to this model. So we are not making a model for digitized files for publication on online repositories or for your users. We are focusing on long-term preservation. So if your institution is doing long-term preservation of digitized documents and archival documents, this could be applied, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to add something, but I've forgotten. So
Well, the next question is for you, related to this. Maria says, that's from the online. Huh? When Eng says digitization for long-term preservation, does she refer to the long-term preservation of the digital surrogates? Because the long-term preservation of original records is not reached with digitization. This is a statement.
it's
No?
not rich with?
With
yes.
digitization.
Yes, thanks for the question. Yes, when we say digital long-term preservation, we mean of the digital surrogate. And I think we're taking the Digital Preservation Coalition definition of long-term as keeping a digital file for as long as necessary. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean forever, but it means over a long period to enable access to that. And yes, so there's also preservation of the original, and sometimes a lot of organizations want to digitize in order to help preserve the original so that there's less handling, there's less need to take out the file or to play it if it's you know, like a videotape that's very fragile, etc. So yeah, but when we say preservation, long-term preservation, we do specifically refer to the digital file.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you very much.
So the next speaker is Pilar Campos. You already know her. People in Catalonia, at least. She's an archivist at the Municipal Archive of Barcelona, and she's also the representative of the Catalan Association regarding international dissemination and contacts among association and archives. So, Pilar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Thank you to the Arxiu Municipal de Girona, and also to Faber Llull Residency, who has let us use the residency in Olot for this amazing week of research and sharing. And, well, I'm pretty nervous, so I'll start. My presentation, it's AI and archives, basic requirements. Well, it's myself, Pilar, and Eloy, who hasn't been able to come, but he's involved in the project. What I'm presenting today is a kickoff of a case study. It's just the start. It's been a project that will be, well, that has been started here in the Faber Llull Residency, but we hope to continue it during some time until we reach our results. The research team is myself from the Society of Catalan Archivists, Lluís Esteve Casellas and Sonia Oliveras from the City Council of Girona, the Municipal Archives, and also Eloy Puertas from the University of Barcelona, who is not a practitioner as the other ones. It's the expert in artificial intelligence and machine learning who is helping us with his point of view, so we can have the two contrasts. So from the archivist and records management, and from the point of view of artificial intelligence. And what we want to do. Our goal is to do an identification of preliminary criteria to consider for an AI project in the archival domain. It's just to have the approach from the professionals to this criteria to do a project on AI, like the ones that we've been hearing during this seminar. The expected outcomes is to make a resource for professionals in archives to assess an AI solution. It can have different forms. The first one is a guide for decision making on AI solution for archives. So we can have this resource, this guide, to say, okay, maybe a commercial solution is okay for us. Maybe we can make it with an on-the-shelf solution like Azure, Google, or ChatGPT. Or maybe we'll need these pre-trained models like the ones that Muhammad has shown us, or we have to train our solution from the scratch. So we don't really know at the beginning, but we can have this criteria to start thinking about it. Also recommendations or a checklist for the archival professionals to assess this AI solution performance. So we'll, at the beginning, to have this checklist to say, okay, maybe we have to check this and this. We've done it, okay, let's do the next step. And why are we doing this? We have a huge amount of data and social pressure regarding AI, but a scarcity on few implemented examples. Now everyone is talking about AI. It seems that AI will solve all our problems, but we have a bunch of problems in archives and we are not matching them with the solution. So we have to do this first step to say, okay, we have the data and it may be a solution. So let's do this. We also think that the lack of knowledge of AI solutions from professionals of the archives. We just know the existing solutions by hearing them, but we don't really know how to work with them. There's a gap of criteria to assess commercial solution and also the viability of AI solutions in archives. And a mistrust of archivists towards the potential results of AI solutions. We may have seen some commercial solutions or we've seen the failure of them, So we don't really know if they will work in with our data or our funds. So we need to work with this. The methodology, wait, this is repeat. Okay. We'll do a cross review of AI literacy and archive with current AI trust AI cases studies. So we are not starting from zero. We have this amazing research that the colleagues from I Trust AI project are doing. They've done this surveys, done this preliminary studies. So we'll go to see the results, their conclusions, and also review the literacy. We want to review the tenders of the public administrations in Catalonia and Spain. We want to do these guidelines and these recommendations for a local perspective, because we cannot have this worldwide perspective of what is going on. And this is focused in our professionals from Catalonia and maybe Spain. So we want to see what's been hired or what's been developed, so we can see their recommendations or their guidelines. Discussing in focus group challenges, potential uses on and perception about AI, identification the potential benefits and risk of the AI tools in archives, also with the opinion and this focus group with professionals, and reading and having the conclusion of this worldwide survey that's been going on. We'll want to check and validate the results from the perspective of AI experts. Sometimes we are very scared about something, and when you ask to the experts, say, okay, no, this is solved. You don't need to worry about that. Or sometimes we say, okay, this may be a problem, and it's the biggest problem ever. So we need to have the 2 point of view, and then compare them with the identification, assessment, and definition of the criteria, and check and validate the benefits and risks. Well, this is the same. And the expected results. The first one, it may be simple, but I think it's one of the most important ones, is the AI knowledge in the professional archives domain. It's a first step to approach the professionals, the practitioners, with all this research. At the end, we are the Society of Catalan Archivists. It's for professionals, and sometimes the research is just in academia or is just in a very far institutions and not for the little or medium archives. So we want to do this to approach them to this research. And then the results in products, having this list of potential risk identified by the archivist, then do this vote about the AI archives by the archivist viewpoint. So not only the ones that are online by the AI experts and all these risks that they see, but also from the perspective of the ones who will be working with them, with the AI. And do this balance between the archival expectation and risk and the AI solution by IT professionals. So to know what to expect, maybe it's better than that we think, and what not to expect, because AI is great, but it's not magic. So we have to do this kind of pedagogy and kind of message. And for now, we have not conclusions, of course, it's just the kickoff, but we have some insights. And maybe the first is the need of an AI expert in organizations to assess, parameterize, and manage the AI projects across the organizations, because we've seen that there are a bunch of models, a bunch of solutions, but they are not connected with our solution, our software, our problems. So if we want to use a model that it's online, it's free, it's perfect for us, but we have a catalog or we have a software of description, we'll say, okay, how can I connect them? How can I make real this model in our archive? And also, there may be a gap between AI solution and the archival professionals. I mean, it's a kind of research, very practical research at the end of the AI models and AI solutions. But when there's a research, it's very practical. But the professionals and the people who has to make it real, put it in practice, don't really use it, there's a problem. And there's a problem that can be from the organization, as Eng has mentioned, can be an IT problem, or can be both. So we must do this link between this research, the solutions, and the people who has this challenge, the challenges in the archives, using, of course, all the information and all the conclusions that's it's going on in the research of I Trust AI projects. And that's it. Thank you. If you have questions, or I'll write.
Thank you, Pilar. Questions for the end, okay? But yes, it was very clear your presentation, no, Moises? And yes, it will be really useful to have how to get in contact with this technological wall of AI. So the next presentation is by Moisés Rockenbach. Moisés is a professor at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. And he is also a researcher in InterPARES. And nowadays, he's a researcher in digital transformation and digital ethics in KU Leuven in Belgium. So the floor is yours.
Okay, good, thanks. So thank you, David, for the introduction. I would like to say thank you for all involved in this event. And the residence has been a wonderful week to discuss our projects. And so thank you for introduction. We are working that field of AI literacy for access and archives preservation, but involve archives and also record management. I would like to make something a little different, but particularly nice. So in my presentation, I start with a small questionnaire that I would like to you to scan this or to access in this link. I also put in the chat for YouTube. So you take 5 minutes, can take 2 hours, but yeah, depends. I would like to fill the form. 5 minutes to be discounted. I know. I'm aware. So I also put on YouTube, and then I would like you to try to answer this small questionnaire without my bias, my presentation. And I count on the 5 minutes. Okay, Luis.
please do some comment for online people because
I put in the chat. Yeah.
there are some. Oh no, it's only a comment.
Okay.
That people feel that we are alive.
Okay, perfect. We are not. We are here.
And working.
Live and alive. Yeah. Okay. So I would like to say thank you for this moment as a moment of reflection also. So yeah, it's almost 4 minutes now, so you can finish now or later. And then I continues my presentation. But I think it's an important thing to connect with the research we start since the beginning of this phase of InterPARES. And this is just to give a research context. So about artificial intelligence, the new implications for society and the professional environment. Hervé was talking about challenges and so also some fears that professionals have about the use of AI, and this is involved in InterPARES Trusted AI, the teen AI literacy in the education cluster. So we connect this project and the results also with another projects as the explainable AI. And we talking about AI literacy and other related literacies, mainly archives and record management. So for this purpose, we have this main question: how to develop an AI literacy in the concept of record managed and archives. This is some that help us to explain also the context. So the use of artificial intelligence to support record management and archival activities involve not only the development of AI applications, but also human-machine interactions. If AI can help us with record management, we need to develop AI literacy to work together and adopt new solutions. So the question, how can we develop an AI literacy in the concept of record management and archives? This study, you identify competence for critical AI evaluation, analyze the digital transition scenario and its impacts on labor dynamics, identify the challenges involving communication interaction between humans and AI, and propose ways to engage in an AI-based record management and archival solutions. So when we start to looking for literature, documents, sources about literacy, and specific about AI literacy, we was thinking about connect also what we call archival literacy. So connect with the competence skills that archivists, record managers have in his environment, and connect this with the new technologies, with the new projects, because many of the, let's say, the old skills we have are useful for AI projects. So we keep doing the same. We keep with our same competences, but on top of that, we need to acquire new competences to collaborate with technology, with specialists in AI. So I put here just 2 quotes: archival literacy as a combination of the basic find, use, embed approach and the specialized navigation and instruction typically experienced in an archive, and artificial intelligence literacy as a set of competencies that allow individuals to critically evaluate AI technologies, communicate and collaborate effectively with AI, and use AI as a tool online, at home, or in the workplace. So here we list some some of that competences: organization, retrieval, access, and mediation. In artificial intelligence, the many fields, possible fields, so connected data, big data, machine or deep learning, NLP or natural language process, computational view, cognitive computing, and neural network. So the methodology we are working on, this is a work in progress. So literature review, documentary research, survey that you did a pre-test now, and on that content analysis with the responses. But we started that in 2021, and then in November of the last year we had ChatGPT, the popularization of what we call popularization of AI. So this started to be a trendy topic much more than before. And then we have all these tools accessible, and some of us use that tools a lot. Some people don't know how to put that tools in their work, in their routine. And then this was a question about InterPARES. I asked ChatGPT what is InterPARES Trust AI, and there's this answer. So, and then we can talk a lot about how this is reliable or not, how this is connected to the another sources like another AIs does. Then after that, there's new documents published. So this is just one example. This was published past week. So it's a manual to use, to understand, or to critically understand the ChatGPT. Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education was published by UNESCO. And then I can share the link, but it's easily to find on Google. And then I bring here some images from that document, and this is connected to AI and also scientific literacy. That's important literacy to apply in some projects involved archives and record management. So here's one example. Another example, this is very interesting, is a flow to understand when it's safe to use ChatGPT, because for some of us it's easy to understand, or sometimes it's obvious, but it's not always like that. So to understand if the information is reliable or not, or we need to double check all this consulting we do in the ChatGPT, for example. So that's interesting manual, interesting documents to use in AI literacy, as we have many levels of competence. So this is another. This is from literature review. Is another add to the research. So. Also to looking for some bias that AI models can have. So this is an example from that authors in 2021 about the data sets and from where is this from where are all these data sets. So this is something that we need to be in consideration. So we have some partial conclusions about that. This project we have some months to collect the data, analyze, and publish the results. But what you can say by now, we have these partial conclusions. The public's understanding of AI technologies and how to define AI literacy is still underexplored. The most frequent topics include our literature review include education, ethics, competences, teaching, algorithms, and bias. It's important to approach the data lifecycle, which consists of acquisition, cleansing, modeling, implementation, optimization, analysis, visualization, evaluation, sharing, erasing, and archiving. We observe an overlap of competences in the selected literacies, such as artificial intelligence, archival, digital, scientific, and data literacy. This overlap highlights the potential complementarities of these competences. And it's not necessary to be an expert in all these areas, but the level of literacy must be sufficient to collaborate on interdisciplinary projects. So that is also part of our goal. And then we observe that connection of all these literacies. So it's not enough to know about AI literacy, but data literacy is still important competence, as well as record management and archival literacy, digital literacy to navigate on the digital environments, and scientific literacy to apply scientific methods to the projects. Thank you.
So thank you, Moises, and congratulations for this work. It will be really necessary to understand what's happening, all the literacy that has been creating. That's what we need to understand this field. So next presentation, because the debate is for the end, okay? All right. You come, please. Thank you. Okay, so we feel very honored that these two men from South Africa came here to Olot and today in Girona to share your knowledge and experience in AI. So it has been good to know your field of expertise and research. So I introduce Professor Goko Marutha, that is a full professor in the Department of Information Science at the University of South Africa, and Mashilo Modiba, who is senior lecturer in the same department, also at the University of South Africa. So please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity that is offered to us. I'm Mashilo Modiba. I'm going to present with Professor Marutha. The title of our presentation is Artificial Intelligence to Support Public Digital Archiving. The study is based in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is coming from a bigger project which has close to 5 objectives. We look into the status of digital archiving in the country. We'll also look into the issue of legislative and policy framework. We'll look into AI infrastructure needed. We'll look into usability, and we'll look into the perception. Then we are going to have a framework, which is our presentation today. For today, this is what we are going to talk about: the introduction, artificial intelligence to support public digital archiving, the problem statement, the purpose, research methodology, discussion, recommendations, and conclusions. I will present until the research methodology, and Professor Marutha will take you through the discussion, recommendations, and the conclusion. In the 5th Industrial Revolution, artificial intelligence robotic machines, and cobots can be used to ensure that digital archives are managed effectively and efficiently by making them available to the public through artificial intelligence aided databases and computer technology. There is also a digital transformation that is turning archives, both old and new, into data and digital archives. And this can only be achieved by utilizing Ripcord robotic machine as an example and other embedded AI databases to digitize and easily access the digital archives. Consequently, the application of artificial intelligence and robotic machines will be there to capture, organize, access records easily and quicker. Digital archives can be made more effective in providing quality services and become more accessible through the use of artificial intelligence, robotic machines, and cobots, especially in the 5th Industrial Revolution. The use of AI in the digital archives have the potential to support public digital archives in the provision of quality digital archival services. In the 5 IR, archival institutions across the world can utilize disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, cobots, Internet of Things, big data, cloud computing technology, and also blockchain to provide effective archival services in the public digital archives. When we talk about the 5 IR, ladies and gentlemen, we are basically talking about the collaboration between artificial intelligence and human intelligence, where the strength of artificial intelligence together with the strength of human intelligence collaborate to perform the digital archiving activities adequately. When we talk cobots, we are actually talking about a collaborative robot human intelligence that can be used to discharge certain activities. Professor Stansik spoke about people who are fearful to lose their jobs. And I think the introduction of the 5 IR in terms of cobots is thought to allow that collaboration between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Therefore, digital archives can be retrieved remotely through the use of AI-embedded databases and smart technology. This will facilitate easy access and quicker access to digital archives in the public hemisphere. Therefore, in the context of this study, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence refers to programmed and intelligent robotic machines and cobots, including AI-empowered computer programs and applications that are capable of automatically carrying out difficult sequence of activities in the area of archives and record management. Hence, this study proposes a framework to showcase how artificial intelligence can support digital public archives in South Africa. Then the question is, how can artificial intelligence support public digital archiving? AI has the potential to support the future of public digital archiving because the use of AI will ensure that public archives are effectively and efficiently stored in cloud storage facilities, and that access to public records is effortless through AI-aided databases and computer technology. And I made a reference to one of the robots in America called Ripcord robotic machines. Once records or archives are being digitalized or transferred and classified through automated classification algorithms, they will be stored in the clouds and they can be accessed through AI-aided databases and computer technology. Then through deep learning algorithms and machine learning algorithms, robotic machines are able to detect when the lifespan of a digital record expires. And once it expires, it will then be automatically removed in the database. such digital records should be deleted from the cloud facility and the local server, as I've alluded, and the disposal process should take place continuously via machine learning algorithms and neural network algorithms of the intelligent robot machines once the disposal period is reached. The public should be able to retrieve, as I've alluded, digital records that are stored in the cloud facilities, local servers, and digital archives, depending on where the records are located at any given time, because access is remote. Then what is the problem? The problem is that many public archives are manually managed in South Africa. Some records are scanned, saved in electronic record management system. Though digitized records give the public access to public archives, the digitization process takes time and demand resources that are needed to digitize the records. Hence, public has limited access to public records. Consequently, members of the public hesitate to visit and utilize public archives in South Africa, causing public archives to become dormant because they are not known and they are not used. Little is known about public archives, especially in the rural communities. Therefore, the adoption and the utilization of artificial intelligence in public archives will ensure that their effective digitization is brought forth, and intelligent robotic machines and embedded software and application will then will ensure that the records are robotically digitized and stored in the cloud facilities and digital archives for easy and quicker access. Computer technology embedded in AI and robotics will also enable smooth and quick access to records in the public archives. Therefore, this study intended to investigate how artificial intelligence can support public digital archiving. The purpose of this study is to investigate the use of artificial intelligence to support public digital archiving, and the objective is to propose a framework for the use of artificial intelligence to support public digital archiving in South Africa. The research methodology, ladies and gentlemen, is based on qualitative study, where literature review and the experiences of the researchers were utilized as a research methodology. Experiences in terms of the utilization of artificial intelligence for the management of records and archives in South Africa. We used the themes and the keywords, such as the fifth industrial revolution, digital archives, and public archives. We used Google Scholar. We used the websites where information is relevant. And at the end of the day, we had a vast access to articles that are related, and we use such articles to come up with the discussions, recommendations, and conclusion of the study. Ladies and gentlemen, I will end here and give my colleague the opportunity to finish the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I hope everyone is still energetic and concentrated. So I'm going to start where my colleague or co-project member has completed. So my focus will be on, okay. Yeah, as he already said, I'm going to start from the discussion. But before that, I want to thank you for the opportunity and maybe reserving your time for listening to us or to our project. So that is a great honor indeed, and we are happy to share our project. And this, because it's never submitted anywhere for consideration or for publication, we consider it a work on progress. Like they already introduced me. I don't like repeating what other people have said or has already touched. Like the program director already introduced me, and I'm not going to do that again, in the interest of time as well. Maybe without wasting much of our time, because we had 15 minutes, and I don't know how much time was spent on the previous speaker. I will just shoot directly to the presentation. Okay, thanks. Yeah, maybe focusing on what is already said, you can agree with me that artificial intelligence and more importantly, digitization is the way to go, or is the technology of choice, looking at the countless advantage that it offers, including the safety and security, which was a trigger for most of the organizations and people being reluctant to adopt technology in the past. But now with the encrypted security technology, I think the fear has been reduced in one way or another, especially looking at the public entities or public institutions, because at that level, we had a great fear of adopting technology because of maybe, sorry, a fear of losing the records. Especially because looking at the public sector, especially where I've been moving or visiting, you can realize that a lot of records are not backed up. And backup is very important as well. But with the current technology, the artificial intelligence, because there are encryptions and a lot of security features, the reason for being reluctant or a fear of adoption, it has also went down. And hence, our other purpose is to also make artificial intelligence as the technology of choice popular, like the previous speaker has said, because sometimes people fear the unknown, fear what they don't know. But if they become aware, then it becomes simple to make a decision. And yeah, there are a lot of advantages that are offered by artificial intelligence. And for instance, in the past, organizations and people, or in both private and public, the fear was that they can put the records in the system, and all of a sudden, a few days or a few hours down the line, when they want to retrieve the record, is no more there. So that was a fear factor, because with artificial intelligence, we benefit a lot from all those advantages which I already said. So the other advantage with the artificial intelligence is that most of the jobs or activities or functions may be done without much effort being put on the task, because most of the things may be done in an automated form. So in that case, it also eradicates some of the challenges, and it saves time and energy for the organizations and people involved. The work is also get improved because the quality assurance is also one of the advantages in the new technology. And the production increase both in terms of the services or the products. And customer satisfaction is also one of the key factors, because most of the organizations are pressured or pressurized by complaints from clients when the service is not rendered properly. So with the artificial intelligence, we foresee or see both quality, production, good production in both quality and quantity. So you produce more faster and with more quality, depending on the implementation, whether you have done it properly or not. Because obviously, if proper care is not taken, there will be some errors that come with it. That is what in technology language they say, garbage in, garbage out. So what you put is what you get. Yeah, and we came up with the illustration to guide on consideration when it comes to implementation of the artificial intelligence. And in our paper, we labeled this as a figure 2. So this is the illustration or demonstration. As you can see, we recommend that organization or people must also take care or consideration of the legislations, policies, and procedures. Remember, some of the things you may find that they are against the law within your country or against the policy within your organization. So those things need to be taken into consideration, and if need be, you may make a submission to consider changes in these documents, guiding documents, most especially when it comes to the policies and procedures. Because otherwise, if you deviate the next day, the next month, the next year, auditors will be on your neck to say you worked against the policies. So that is very important. You must understand where to start with the implementation. And like as shown in the illustration, digitization and digitalization will come in, and you need to choose the right system or properly specify the system. Which functions do you want the system to discharge? And in most instances, you find that organizations, or some organizations, they are producing record in both electronic and paper-based. And in some instances, you find that before they introduce the digitization or production of electronic records, they already have paper-based or manual form of records in place. So if you want to cover all your scope of records, you need to consider the functionalities in your system to ensure that you are also able to convert those records which are not in the appropriate format as you go. And we try to show some of the good results there, as I already touched on them in the previous slides, like safety and security of the records. So here you will not be putting a garbage in your system. Eco-friendly processes, ease of access. Access is also important, because if you cannot access your records after putting it or keeping it in your system, it's as good as you don't have the record. But it's as good as it's lost. And simpler to manage. You must have a clear outline of how these records must be managed. And multiple retrieval is one of the advantages, because remember, one record can be in demand or of good interest to many people. And with regard to electronic system, your people across your sphere of influence may be able to access the same records at the same time, unlike the paper-based records or analog in a audiovisual or other formats or physical formats, where they have to wait for each other to use after, so to queue for the records in actual fact. And it also saves costs of photocopying and many other activities. So there are many advantages than, if we can talk to all of them, maybe we may not finish. So, but anyway, let's go on. So it is our hope that the framework that we will be proposing will help organizations to understand and try to implement. Yeah, my time is up almost. Yeah, it is our hope that this framework will guide organizations who are interested with the guidance on how to go about the implementation and what to take care of and what to take advantage of, the opportunities and the danger that they must avoid. So this artificial intelligence may also assist with regard to disrupting client waiting time, because your system will be like as fast as you expect. In the interest of time, let me not talk too much. And okay, yeah, these are some of the advantages: saving of time, location, people using the same records in different locations, same time. And they can also have discussion on the same records at the same time. Like somebody based at Barcelona, somebody at Madrid, they can talk to the record online, the same record online, and conclude something on it. So it is also taking us to the level of saving time and energy of moving around meeting for physical record. So I think in the interest of time, I want to thank you for listening and concentrating. Gracias.
Just one congratulations from the online, so, and I read it. Someone say, good afternoon, Dr. Modiva and Professor Maruther. Great presentation. It would be great if we could discuss this further and for the Rashid Lombard archive in Cape Town. But now the discussion is, I understand there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Felix.
Sí.
All right.
Okay, so next speaker is Gerard Corbella from Tàrrega. He comes from the private sector. Actually, he has a company that provides service at the heritage institutions. And he's here mainly because he's doing his PhD in artificial intelligence and related to human rights archives. So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As Luis said some days ago, sorry for my English. I speak Catalan English. Not that's probably the rest of the people will understand perfectly. And thank you a lot for the organizers and the Arxiu Històric Municipal de Girona. Thank you a lot, because it's very interesting these days to be here these days. Well, I think I will put in my head two hats. One hat as a PhD student, and another hat is as owner of a company that helps cultural institutions to put online the cultural heritage, right? So the first part of the presentation will be focused in my research. Well, my PhD is have an initial idea, and this initial idea is that the public or users of the archives, of the online archives, used to search what they need, or used to search what Google and other potential searchers ens ha acostumat, no? Com diríem? Sí, the way that the Google uses to do searches. So users used to look for names, used to look for dates, looks to search for themes, but archival science used not to extract data from every document, and that's normal. Anyway, every day, there are big demand on that kind of projects, like online databases and search engines that links documents to the users, but the users don't look for the document, used to look for data like the name or dates or themes. Not an example. If a veure, això funciona? Sí, aquí. On és el buscador? Aquí? No. Aquí? Yeah.
Oh, no. Go back. To Chrome.
Uh-huh.
Chrome, like down there in the bar.
Sí.
Yeah, and then...
I un altre, a veure... Aquí, for example... No?
Go to Edge again.
Edge?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Sorry. Okay, this is the bigger online archives in Spain. I think it's InterPARES. It's from the culture minister. And they did this sub-portal to search the victims of the Spanish Civil War. And you can search here, for example, you can look, for example, for this person. You have a lot of results. You can look, for example, for sorry. For this person, and you have one result, okay? And if you click here, what you have is, okay, we have some documents in the archives, and if you want something, you can contact us, or you can go to the archives, or you can write us, and we think that we have some information about this person. This is normally, the people does not expect this kind of results. What the people expect is document, not normally. So, coming back to my presentation, in human rights archives, the need to search names, dates, etc., is, I think, it's evident. And I put here just 3 examples of 3 different laws in 3 different countries that talks about it. For example, in Guatemala, there is one of the most important human rights archives, the National Police Historical Archives, that have the proof, the evidence of the genocide. And the laws of post-conflict says that it's compulsory to publish the names of every victim, okay? Recently in Spain, there's a new memory law that says that the publication of names have to be linked to a primary search, okay? So, of course, you can publish a name, but you have to demonstrate that this is a victim, and we have a proof here linked to the name of every victim. And the Arxius archives, the biggest human rights archives in Europe, says the Berlin Treaty says that the names have to be published online and linked to the documents, right? Also, the international humanitarian law says that these kind of archives, of this kind of institutions, what they have to do is to promote truth, justice, reparation, and guarantees of non-recurrence. And for the promotion of truth and for the promotion of reparation, what they have to do too is to publish the names, and to publish the names linked to the documents. So, for example, we know that in Guatemala, these are around these numbers of estimated victims. In Spain, still we don't know how many victims we have during the Spanish Civil War and during the Franco's dictatorship. And in Arxius archives, they know that they have around 17.5 million of victims all over Europe, because they have been working a lot from 1944 since today. For example, Arxius archives does a project that's called Every Name Counts, but my question is it possible to put every name online, and if it's possible to do by hand, because to extract data from I don't know, 70 million of cars link it to the documents. Well, UNESCO archives have a big challenge, but this is a big challenge too, I think. Well, during my PhD, what I studied is these different 5 cases. One is in Catalonia. The Democratic Memory is an institution of the Catalan government that's focused in the human rights. Aros and Arxius, Yad Vashem, the project from the Defense Minister of France, Mémoire des Hommes, and the Argentinian National Memory Archive. I studied what, if they respect the archival principles, if they look the archives through the humanitarian law principles, and if they publish, if they respect the FAIR principles, okay? And finally, if they use any of this artificial intelligence, basically to detect, to extract names and to annotate documents, okay? Well, the results are the majority of them does not use still today artificial intelligence, but these projects are doing proof of concepts with artificial intelligence. So the path is very long, and all these institutions have long things to do. Preliminary conclusions from my research are that these institutions they focus it on humanitarian international law, yeah. They respect archival principles. Fair data is not applied everywhere. IE is still not running inside the institutions, outside probably, yeah. And majority of them have not any link between names and primary sources, okay. And finally, what I want to show is how we can resolve it as a company, or how we used to resolve it as a company, okay? This is a, I don't know if we have, no. This is a website that we made this, we finished it this year for the regional government of Navarre. And in this case, we linked every victim with every document, okay? And for example, I look for this name in the portal of the Spanish archives, Vicente Ajona, and here, if I write it, Vicente Ajona, we have some different information about this person. We know that he's been killed during the Spanish Civil War, and we have some documents that are the evidence of these people is killed during the Spanish Civil War. And we have some other documents like excerpts of interviews talking about the death of this person. So the interviews are also primary searches. And finally, I think I have 2 minutes. I want to show you how we deal with these searches inside our database. For example, if I take a look at the document, here I have this document that's linked to this person. I have it here. I have OCR of the document here. In this document, we have different names, okay? And we extract this to the transcription. And finally, we have a reference of every victim that is inside this document. And we can do it thanks to the OCR techniques, and because we have, I think, a very good database that can structure names and publish it the way we want. What happens with the interviews? Happens more or less the same. We have a huge amount of interviews here. I think we have around 160 with around 1,200 excerpts of interviews, and all these excerpts are linked to every person. We have, for example, here different names. And if we look for this man, bueno, no sé cómo es busca aquí. And for example, if you're looking for this man, here is the index of the interview related to every name. So the idea of that kind of projects are that we can link primary sources to the names of the victims, and we can extract from the documents the names of the victims. We are doing this more or less manually, and we are in a research project trying to develop artificial intelligence tools to integrate in our platform, and I hope that we will have results during this year to incorporate these AI tools in our database. And that's all. If you want to know about our database, you have here information about the platform. It's called Develo. It's open source, so everybody, if wants to download the software, is available for everybody. We are developing a new version with some AI tools integrated, and if you want to use it, it's free of use, and all the documentation about the software, about the API to publicate, and all the documentation is here. Thank you a lot.
Okay, thank you, Gerard. This is a very specific case, and I think it makes clear how we can benefit from AI. So we expect to have news from this project very soon. So we go next presentation. Yes. Next speaker that comes from Brazil. So okay, so next speaker are Leonardo Augusto Silva Fontes, who is a civil servant at the National Archives of Brazil, and Ciara Alves, that is a national archivist, also in Brazil, at the National Archive of Brazil. Okay, so please go ahead.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say thank you for all for this opportunity to share knowledge and experience. My name is, that said, is Ciara. Now I'm in the position of coordinator of written documents at National Archives of Brazil. and he's my colleague, Leonardo. We work together, and he's a paleographer at paleograph team of the National Archives in Brazil. Recently, the paleograph team started to discuss digital paleography and the possibility of using automated transcription in its daily work. So it's a very new discussion for us in the institution, in the National Archives. So this presentation intends to share the first impressions of the team and also to listen and gather contributions for this initiative. The National Archives of Brazil was created in 1838, and nowadays the institution is responsible for the records management produced and received by the Federal Executive Branch, the preservation and access to its documents, and the implementation of the national policy on archives. So these institutions preserves a vast number of fonds and collections, which dates from 6th century. Most of these are textual documents, but the institution holds the audiovisual cartographic documents as well. In National Archives has something like almost 700 fonts and collections, and the textual documents. Only a minute. Eu acho que pulou aqui. And the textual documents of National Archives of Brazil has a total of 55 kilometers that comes from the public authorities of the executive, legislative, and the judicial branches, notary services, extrajudicial, and people, families, and entities relevant to the history of Brazil, private documents. This image is an example of the document, the conjunto. The collection that was registered as a memory of the world by UNESCO in 2017.
Documents of National
with documents of National Archives. So the textual documents is the paleograph team of Brazil. The main activity is produce certificates in abstract and full content format from fonts and collections of the National Archives. These probative documents subside citizens' rights. In 2022, the paleograph team elaborated 1,685 certificates. The certificates can be in abstract format, and for the most part, in this way, in abstract, and draw up from lists of steamships of immigrants and their families who came to Brazil. And the certificates it's a kind of certificate in abstract. In general, the certificates are used to purpose of dual citizenship. We produce certificates in full content format. These certificates are probative and or informative documents in which the total information is transcribed, mostly produced by notary documents. They can serve to guarantee civil rights such as ownership of property and the registration of a marriage, as well as for academic purposes. So now Leonardo will continue the presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. As Tiara has been saying, the paleography team works in the traditional way up to now. We are trying to see solutions related to artificial intelligence, like transcribers, which is the most famous. And this is to overcome what we call a paleographic barrier. So to access these informations, these written informations, we need to know what is written. So few people are paleographers. In National Archives nowadays we have a team with 4 people. So it's a very specialized thing. So this text or documentary heritage encounter this kind of difficulties that artificial intelligence can help us. That's the purpose of our work and our visit to the Faberlu. Let me see this. It's important to tell that there is a professor in Brazil, which is the most famous paleographer, Frank Leal. He says that the paleography is a kind of demigod, because it brings back to life people, histories that otherwise wouldn't be possible to be understood. And now machines has a kind of this work. So could machines be overcoming the demigod? So it's a kind of reflection we do, because machines can overcome human beings. I see that during the previous presentations, it was a discussion. How long can artificial intelligence go, and how long archivists can go and work together with artificial intelligence? So that's our challenge there too. So artificial intelligence in archives is related to the use of digital paleography. So there is an article very used to discuss digital paleography that talks about the archives and artificial intelligence, overview of current debates and future perspectives. And I put this citation there. The digital transformation is turning archives, both old and new, into data. Our colleagues from South Africa also told about this. Now archives are data. So what do you do with data? You extract lots of things. But yes, so we can see documents now as data, and it changed the whole thing into archives, into the works of paleographers. So we are trying to run after these changes. Otherwise, we'll become overcome by the machines and all that. So included the integration of artificial intelligence into archival systems and practice. So the practice of paleography is a very old practice. So even this practice, which is commonly seen as the old part of archival sciences, must be up-to-date to digital platforms, digital solutions, and intelligent artificial solutions too as well. So there is another citation there that is important too. Thanks to Jelko for giving us this reference, because it's a very important article, since it's made by the people who works with transcribers, the more than 20 authors. And they say that the users of transcribers, for instance, are able to extract data from handwritten and printed text via handwritten text recognition, which the technology and the artificial intelligence used to transcribe the old documents, while simultaneously contributing to the improvement of the same technology, thanks to machine learning principles. So they use machine learning principles to transcribe the information for the paleographers. So the automated recognition of a wide variety of historical texts has significant implications for the accessibility of the recon records, as the ones from National Archives of Brazil, a huge quantity, as Tiara said, and of global cultural heritage. So artificial intelligence can help this cultural heritage to be bring back to life, because otherwise these works would be taken too much time. Somebody has said that saves time. The artificial intelligence saves time. So the most important thing about this is to save time. But anyway, we still need the paleographers, because the text of errors this kind of solutions brings is about 5% to 10%. So who corrects these errors? The paleographer. So we still need the paleographers when we use the intelligence artificial to paleography, and we need it a lot. So how much is profitable to use these kind of solutions to these documents, to transcribe and describe, or only to transcribe and review by the paleographers. It's a kind of challenge we were talking in National Archives of Brazil that was trying to develop our own system to do this ATR solution, and is being reviewed by the institutions because of this. To produce models take times. We have only 4 people working with paleography there. So these people would have to be producing models instead of giving rights to the citizens, which is the main activity of the team, for instance. So the use of automated transcriptions for historical collections, there is a Brazilian article too, because transcribers is a new thing there. In 2020, I was in a course given by these 2 professors, and they are the main specialists of transcribers in Brazil, Lúcia Xavier and Lívia Magalhães, and they kind of reposition the digital paleography. What is serves the digital paleography nowadays? So, and they revalue the work of the paleographers. The paleographers is still needed despite of these new technologies and solutions. So this is a learn-to-hand situations that they get this. Can machines think? I think that is a thing that perspires the whole seminar. Can machines think? Let's see some of them yet, but we have still to review some of the things that machines do. So the main topics we are talking in National Archives of Brazil for the for applying the digital paleography to documents is this render-reason text recognition, how far it can go, how far it can be used to transcribe or describe this huge quantity of documents, the techniques of machine learning, which are very new for both of us. We are not from the science computer fields. We are archivists and historians, so there is this kind of difficulty too to understand some things that comes from the IT technologies. The digital paleography, because we are used to the old paleography, that is look to the document and transcribing the document hand by hand, now in the computer, and the production of automated text recognition models or the use of already existing recognition models. Transcribers has 2 Portuguese models. I was part of the team as a voluntary with these 2 professors that helped to build the first model in Portuguese, and it's very difficult to do it. As we were talking with Jelko, it took like 2 years with 20 volunteers to produce these models. So this takes too much time and investment, human investment, resources too as well. So the high management of an institution must see if it's valuable or not to adopt like ATR solutions in our archive. It's not our decision. It's higher instance that decide this because it costs money, time, and investments. So coming to a conclusion, we tried to do a very initial experiment, and this blue underlined, it was the errors that I did this translation through transcribers, and I had to correct about 20% of errors. For instance, that first one that I show you, the importance of the paleographer, there is a city in the northeast of Brazil called Icó. There was a battle there in 19th century, but the machine saw this. This is Vila de Icó, city of Icó. Icó is the city. The machine first understood this as SEO, CO, because it's much more used, seu, yours, in Spanish, because in the Portuguese at those times, than Icó. The machine probably never have seen before this word Icó. So the machine didn't recognize Icó as the word. So I knew it because of the context of the document. We talked and I showed her, look, this is Icó probably. Let's bring the information. We research about this battle. It's the Confederação of Ecuador battle. Was an internal fight there. And we saw that was ICO. So we had to have the context of this battle to understand what the word was. So the machine didn't understand it. I put it twice, the two models, and the machine didn't get it. So the word of the paleographer was important to, because it was the main thing, what the battle happened. It's a very important information, that document, to see and to know where the battle was happening and what were the effects of this battle. Coming to the end, it's a very initial experiment, but it was good for us to see at how far this technology, the artificial intelligence, can go into paleography inside a public archive, as so huge as National Archives of Brazil is, and so demanded. People demand like 5 to 10 certificates per day because of the dual citizenships and the other rights they get from this certificate. So we are here trying to see the possibilities and the challenges that these applications of the automated transcription can. And the last thing is that the things Tiara saw, the list of the steamers, which are the main part of our job, they are produced in table, like you see the columns, and transcribers only last month had put in a beta version, the transcription by tables. So it wouldn't be practical for us to adopt the transcribers, for instance, to transcribe the main work we do, that it's the list of passengers who came to Brazil from most of people who were from Europe. So the European ancestors, they came to Brazil for many reasons, and they were listed in this steamship passengers lists, and these transcribers couldn't do this. So we still have to do one by one, paleographer by paleographer, doing these extracts and the certificates. So there is a huge challenge to apply these solutions in National Archives of Brazil. We are happy to be here and see that everybody's like being experimenting the artificial intelligence solutions. We are trying to go after this to see if it's possible, and we would like to thank the opportunity with the colleagues. Were everybody very disponible for us to talk, to see the other side of this technology. So I think it's over. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Well, we arrive at the end presentation. I am here to introduce David, and mainly to control his time and to not increase his ego. So David is the head of the Department of Photography and Audiovisual Records at the Municipal Archives of Girona, and is also the chair of the expert group in photographic and audiovisual archive of the International Council on Archives, president at Photo Consortium, director of and teacher of the Graduate Diploma in Management, Preservation and Dissemination of Photographic Archives, teacher of the Master Degree in Archival and Records Management, and the SAGET, the Archival School, and the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And he will be a very nice and short presentation. Thank you very much.
My introductions were very short, actually, so probably you are right with my ego. I need all this. So I will tell you about our experience with AI in CRDI, that is the Photographic and Audiovisual Archive at the City Council of Girona. It must be said that all our pilots, it's not that we are using AR for different tasks. It's just our first contact in different project initiatives. And of course, we're interested. That's why Luis Esteve and his team is in InterPARES, in developing something and in being more effective in our work using all this technology. But from now, it's just first experience. So in 2015, we had the opportunity to be involved in the project of a photographic agency that is Album in Barcelona. They are developing technology because they have a business running on photographic collection and an image collection. And they developed the reverse image search, and it works in the way that you don't need metadata to look for an image. It's something that you already know, but it works in a very effective way in a specific data set, in a specific collection. And we had the experience with our collection. So one of our collections were indexed, and we could find images just from an image without having metadata. Why is this so interesting for a photographic archive? Because photography is considered an archival record, of course, but it's multiple. At least it has a negative, a positive, and plenty of it. There are these different prints from these negatives, and actually prints in newspapers, journals, books, etc. So it's crazy to have a complete idea of the relations of every image. It's difficult inside our own archive because we have 3 million images, and it's not easy to relate all of them when are connected. But it's even more difficult when it's in other archives, and that happens very often because, for example, if there is a business with postcards, postcards are sell everywhere, so you can find it. And if we think in our first images of Girona, for example, first daguerreotype, the daguerreotype doesn't exist anymore, but there are different engravings. So where are these engravings? Well, most of them are located, not all of them. The oldest image in a photographic carrier from Girona is at the National Irish Library. And there is a copy, a salted paper, original, also in the photographic archive in Barcelona. And if we go with different examples, we realize that there is a net of relations with our images and the wall, and outside, in other archives, I mean. So we need to establish this, and we need the help of AI. So why we don't use if it exists? Because it's something that it makes sense if we agree with at least at the archives at the territory. In Catalonia, at least, in Spain, better. So it's not that the budget is so high. So if something that is efficient and exists and is used for business could be used for heritage. So we need this national strategy in order to use these kind of technologies and being effective. And a step further of this project is when they use a web crawler and they are able to locate images on the website. And this is interesting for us because we don't have real statistic of the use of our images on the website. And even one step further is when they relate this research with a copyright hub that was, I don't know if it was created, but it was used in the framework of the Ardito project, a European project. Another experience, different one, is from the artistic wall. This woman, Pilar Rosado, that was a researcher, and he made a PhD related to AI. What he proposed was a creation of a visual vocabulary using existing algorithm, and this vocabulary is composed of visual words that are created from the analysis of the hue, of the composition of the form, of the densities, etc., of images. So what's the result of this? The result of this is that you get new categories that you don't expect in an artistic work that is very evident. So we try to do something similar with our collections, and the results are not so spectacular. But for example, in the portraits you see, you have images where with the same point of light. The light that illuminates these people comes always from the left, no? Or if you see the landscapes below with a similar composition, with distribution of light, etc. So yes, it's something that could help to our work. Another project is Kaleidoscope. It's related to the 50s in Europe. And what we did in this project with partners and technological partners like AMEC in Brussels, what we did is to try to create context, but I don't mean archival context, because Luis Esteve wouldn't agree on this, and actually I agree, of course. But we need to be precise on this, because we talk about context is not from the production point of view, but from the historical context, thematical context, to say. So we want to look for images that are related to 50s in different areas. Here you see political and social posters in the eastern countries, or the male of gays in the city of Paris, Hungarian Revolution, and this is an example, family life for wealthy people in richer countries in Europe in the 50s. So we need to relate our images to 50s, and that was a good training. And here you have an example, a live demo when this a new created photography was related to all this repository of the 50s. Another experience has to do about the presentation of our funds, our collections. We are used to go to the website and look for a subject, a date, or whatever, and to have an image one next to the other. Instead, what is proposed by La Tempesta is to make a presentation in a 3D environment, and to relate images that are close to one to the other. So that's why that's useful for us, because it's another point of view for users. They have the whole understanding of a specific collection, and even they go to the groupings, they can see what are the main subjects in this photographic collection. So this is something that was presented in the last Image and Research Conference, and we are for this we are looking at the possibility to include this kind of presentations in our catalogs. Even they can use metadata, because in this case there are existing metadata, and so that helps to be more precise when looking. For example, this is dancing, and all kind of dances that are related can be shown after a research. And this last experience, I must be clear on this, we didn't participate on this, just it was a ICA webinar, and I just made the introduction to these people. But I like to mention this because it has to do about research. This is in INA, it's the audiovisual archive in Paris, Institut National de l'Audiovisuel. And what they proposed, it was a data sprint. And data sprint, what it means is that different researchers meet there, and they worked on a research on a specific area. And the research was about the audiovisual collection. So all the TV archives and audio archives they manage, that's thousands of hundreds of thousands of hours of everything. So they had, for example, to look for the role of women in the publicity of computers in the 80s, so at the beginning.
So they had the help of AI for transcriptions of video, of audio, and through a process they were able to get all this information and present the results of research, different subjects, etc. But it's a good example on how you can research on a very big archive with many data that are not completely described. There is no possibilities for a whole description of all this. I mean a manual, an intellectual description. So the AI helps on this, and they get a good results from this research. So set this, as in the title say, experiences and expectations, what we expect from AI. I just show you some numbers here for you to realize that we have a big archive. It's 3 million photographs, but also thousands of hours of videos, audio, etc. So what we expect is help, as everybody expects from AI. And actually already have help. These people that are coming, they are able to identify and to provide stories about images, etc. But that's not enough for 3 million photographs, of course. We also can help. We have help online when we organize crowdsourcing. This is in the framework of a European project. But of course, there is this possibility that people participate and helps with cataloging, and also we help with artists that are coming and doing, for example, a rephotography work, and they go to places, identify places, people, families, etc. But and we also have technological help. For example, when we publish to Europeana, or when we want to publish in other platforms, we need to transform our structure, our metadata. So, for example, this is a mean server. It's a server that is used to publish in Europeana. So from our XML files, we are able. And even we have help from the photographers from the period that were so kind and so well organized that they have a contact print of the images together with the negative and with some information. But we are today able to automatically capture these images, but we are not able to capture the text to extract and to transform it to metadata and to interoperable metadata in different systems. So to finish, just to mention that I think, and being very specific, what we expect from this is to be able to gathering all this data from originals, that is a lot of data there, and processing in order to be understandable for machines and for humans. We expect, as we work with images, the capacity of identifying people, places, etc. in an easy way, as everybody expects from AI, to transform data to be used in different platforms and systems. We now see the possibilities of ChatGPT, but actually we are doing all this manually, and you listen many initiatives that can help to all this transformation, but actually it's not happening, at least in this archive. And actually we expect to create contexts and our new categories, but archival context from the producer. Is this a photographer that comes from a portrait gallery, or it comes from a photojournalist, or a street photographer, or whatever? And of course, we would like very much to being useful for research. So our researchers could use this technology and to benefit from it in order to have better results when they go inside so big collection of images and sound records. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, David. It has been very good presentation. I am very happy because you presented all that I explained you. So, so well, we are practically on time. We said that we would have a time for debate. It's a little late, but there are some questions to. Well, we have some congratulations for different parts of the world, not for me, for all the presenters, of course. So thanks to be here again. We have also some questions that I can answer directly because it's from Pilar, for example, if the case study of Pilar is only for historical archives or in a broader context also for records management. Of course, it's in a global, the scope it's more general. And we have very early questions from Jose Carlos Ramalho, very active at the beginning. About I would try to summarize because there are some comments. So about examples of application specific of artificial intelligence. So I think and sustainability and change, I will introduce a little. I think some examples have been presented here. Some we have started in the more general aims, what is the project, what is artificial intelligence, how to be linked with our domain in the archival science, what challenge have been found. And one first example is the work doing about digitization and several different specific examples. So I think this answer, it has been the first one, but I think it's already solved. About the necessity of documentation, I am doing all the comments for all the presenters. The requirements of documentation, all the AI processes, the sustainability of this kind of solutions. If we have to change also a little the paradigm to understand and to interpret the data and results. So we have the responsibility, how delimitate, how think about the responsibility of the machines. Of course, how they can help us to enrichment of metadata. I think this is a question that it has been solved during the morning. And the last one, that it's the focus of my interest, is how professionals can be can use their abilities, their skills, to be able to explain correctly and transfer the knowledge about the context. Because I think the context is one of the critical issues in the artificial intelligence. So it's not only automation as told as Herboye. And well, this is open also for some last comments or questions to everyone or to debate. For the last words is your turn. We will try to manage the wireless microphone there if it is possible. If it's not, you need to be here and do the question for the streamline people. If not, we can repeat. Okay, don't worry. We will repeat the question, but not the answers. So, some of the presenters can want to comment something about the documentation AI processes, for example, from an archival point of view, or the sustainability of these models. Are very general questions, but I prefer that you answer, that you reply that, and not me, because if I had to do it, it's awful. I think Peter is motivated.
Sure. So for
well, I think it will be.
If you just stand here.
I think sustainability is a major concern in the broader field of machine learning for all of these models. But you actually let's pin that down, because sustainability can mean a couple different things. One is, if we adopt this process, can we keep using this process over a longer period of time? And then there is also a concern of sustainability in an environmental sense. And this is maybe more frequently the way the term is interpreted in a machine learning context. There is some environmental cost to using AI. And it's a major concern in the field, but the field perhaps hasn't lived up to maybe their goals in terms of reducing the carbon footprint of AI technologies. Sustainability, I think, on the practical level of adopting a tool and then continuing with that tool for a long time is really important. And I think one area that helps support that is collaborations and knowledge dissemination activities that allow there to be a large enough knowledge base and enough adoption of these techniques in the field for there to have that be sustained for longer. So to give an example, Transcribus is interesting from the perspective of it's a very large collaboration. It may not represent state-of-the-art results for handwritten text recognition or OCR, but there is a very large knowledge base that would support new users in using that as a technology. So having collaborations that provide training and support for tools will enable that to be adopted and continue for longer. I can't speak to things like budget as an aspect of sustainability, but I actually think that may be a major concern for sustainability as well. If AI right now is viewed as very essential, and maybe there are some disappointments early on, there may be initial training of people using these techniques, and maybe that money gets clawed back for other purposes. And I'm not the person to speak to on sort of budgetary stuff from the sustainability perspective, but actually that would be a question I have, especially for archival managers. So sustainability on the environmental side, very open problem for machine learning. Sustainability from the actual use of tools, I think, really depends on large communities that can support users for a long time. And then in terms of the management side of it, I'd be curious as well.
Someone want to add something else? Two hands there.
Thank you for another opportunity. I think the other key problem which I foresee is, which most of us do not see it as a problem or a challenge, is a fear factor, actually. Prospective adopters or appliers of artificial intelligence, they need to try and learn more about it so that they can know how it works and the advantages thereof, and security about what comes out of their fear, so that they can be able to adopt it with ease or without any fear. Otherwise, it may not be adopted like many other systems that came into place in the past.
Yeah, the one thing that I would add, and that's like a very practical thing. I believe we live at a moment where policymakers, right? So these are like governmental bodies and so on, need to carefully free some of the time of professors of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and so on, so that they can actually invest that time in training large sectors of professionals in the workplace. So, for example, here, if you're at the city of Girona, you know, there is a there are a couple of universities that are nearby, right? And you know, they do have AI people, and these AI people might be very, very busy teaching and doing research and so on, and they don't really have capacity to come and, you know, talk to professionals here about what they do, educate them on some of what is going on, and so on. So I would say that the government, you know, needs to actually quickly free some of their time, organize some of these events, like, you know, bring them here, or like take some of the guys, like some of the, you know, professionals here there, and then actually have these local events, right? So this is something I think is very crucial, and actually it's critical. So it needs to be done, you know, sooner than later. And the reason is the progress that is happening right now, it's breathtaking. So I can tell you that only in the last 6 months, the progress that has happened in the intersection of image processing and language processing, you know, so people talk about vision language models that can do things like OCR and so on. It's amazing. And I think, you know, now I can, as an expert, I can say that, you know, there are so many things that we can do today, I know, with these very, very new tools that we couldn't do last year. But I think a lot of this progress is masked. No, not everybody knows about it. And I think, you know, it's time to kind of like make use of the expertise that exists. I mean, I can talk more about this, but I think it's an issue of policy making, and this will need money. So the government needs to invest money into this. And I think this investment will pay back very quickly because it's an investment in human resources, right? So training people, because if you don't know what is going on, you cannot actually use it, right? You don't have a perception as to how to think about it, how it would help you, and you know, and the issues around this. So that's the one thing that I know. I've said it 3 times now in different ways. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues. As a researcher from Africa, South Africa, I would like to challenge my continent to also participate in the utilization of artificial intelligence for record management and for library services, and participate even in the global hemisphere. Another comment that I want to make is that we also have to recruit students to focus on artificial intelligence for record management and even for providing library services. That's the 2 contributions that I wanted to make. And lastly, we need to collaborate. I will be glad to see Brazil collaborating with Africa so that the knowledge that will be shared in a global space will also include or will also accommodate different countries that we are focusing on. So that's the 3 contribution that I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Hi, I would like to just say a few words to continue what Mohammed has said, but on a more granular level. So I think that it's not only that we have to influence the policymakers and governments and universities. I think that we also, as an archivist, should reach out. We see that at the level of the project, the whole project. So we collaborate at the intersection between professionals from the AI field and archival science, and we had to, you know, learn from each other. We have to sort of teach AI experts on the archival science, and we ourselves needed to be taught about the AI science. You know, so I think that you as archivists should also go out to some AI conferences, to IT conferences, and say what you need. And you also explain your requirements, like authenticity, trustworthiness, and so on, because IT community is usually not aware of the concepts that are really required in our field. So this also could be your contribution, so I encourage you to go out and speak in all our names.
I don't know if maybe Betsy, did you want to ask something? Come here.
Hi everyone. So I'm not an archivist, I'm archival conservation. So my concerns comes from a different place. Like, for example, as conservators, we work through the interpretation of the materiality of a document, not just the data, either text or image. So my question, and I don't know how to put it, but how does the materiality of an archive or of a document takes place in AI? I don't know if, yeah, that.
Some other one could come and.
Yes, how we relate objects with AI, because as a restorator, conservation of photography, and actually with Peter, we had a talk yesterday or on Tuesday related to this, because there are many possibilities. For example, we were looking at daguerreotypes at Arxius Marcal de la Garrotxa, and we were able to see the possibilities when analyzing the object, all the different parts that are the cases, the image itself, but also the glasses and all the elements that are part of this object. And if there is a knowledge on this, this is something that can be used in order to predict, for example, the date of the daguerreotypes, but also the provenance, because there was an industry on this. And if you have a look at the silk, for example, and the design of all this, there are so many elements to identify producers that it's something to be explored. And actually, I hope this is something that Peter will assume in his project and try to do something, because the research on this exists, and we have the categories, we have the analysis from the morphological point of view, from the industry point of view, etc. So if we put all this knowledge together, and then there is a learning capacity for this, we can do something.
So I agree in the sense that it's also it's similar to the UNESCO project in that it's metadata enrichment, but taking place in a visual realm instead of a sort of auditory realm. I interpreted the question perhaps maybe slightly differently in terms of the relationship to the physical objects in an archive and AI, and I think that may place things in the context of a digitization conversation. So if we're digitizing things in order to prevent further decay of objects, or if we're digitizing things to have digital surrogates that may exist long after perhaps a physical object has decayed beyond the point of use, then I think it's sort of a translation from this material realm into a virtual realm. And there is no magic way to reverse that. So I feel what we're doing is essentially like translating a lot of these objects into, in essence, this is not the right word, but data about them when they existed. So a question for me would be from like a preservation standpoint, what is the balance between access to materials on a digital-only space versus access to the actual physical materials? So it would be, I think, important to expand access in the digital realm, but it would defeat the purpose if we're not still trying to preserve what we have and ensuring that those are similarly preserved physically for the long duration.
Okay, we have to close the seminar, so thank you to all the persons who follow us online. So we had a maximum of 115 people, that's fine. So it's really good results. Thank you also the person who came here in person, all the people, so you are of course very welcome. Thank you also all the staff, not only the staff who attended here, presented, also the staff who attended the meeting, and also the rest of the staff had helped us to organize this meeting. So the only thing is to remember that all the meeting has been recorded. We will edit it in small pieces, not manipulated. So it will be edited, not manipulated. Only some parts maybe couldn't be improved. And it will be published in our channel of YouTube, the Municipal Archives of Girona and the Center for Image and Research and Dissemination. And I think this only 2 words linked to all the things that I have been said here, but linked to the presentation and the last words of Mashiro Modiba and Ngwako Maruta, the need to collaborate between professionals of different sectors and Providence, and even in the same field, is very, very important. Times is changing. We have a very short experience using AI at the City Council, but I remember the first attempt, not the artificial intelligence, but on one RPA tool, in 1 month did all the work that one person did in 9 months. So this is only the top of the iceberg. So the field is open, and we have to cross this field and to see 360-degree everywhere. So thank you very much, and see you soon, I hope.